doing the logistics of all of this, doing the invites on email and handling all the responses. Thank you for your hard work. And also, we are attempting to live stream this event. And also, it'll be available on YouTube later. Our MC for this event is Mike Drew, and
it's also on Rumble.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah. Repeat it.
We're going to live stream this, and then also it'll be on Rumble and YouTube. And also, this is not a GOP sponsored event. This is a We the People event. So thank you for coming, and I'm going to turn it over to Mike. Oh, yes. I don't know if he can. George? I'm going to have Mike open us in prayer.
Thank you, Sue. Again, we're very grateful for you helping to coordinate this event. And we really want to shed light. This is an informative event where we hear from all sides. We're invited. And so let's open in prayer and commit this time to the Lord. Heavenly Father, we're thankful that you are the author of light. And Lord, when it comes to being an informed voter, we need to hear these things. And Lord, we are so thankful that we're in a nation where we have a chance to share our voice and to be salt and light in our culture. Today we pray for our candidates that they might be articulate and transparent, and that you help us to have ears to hear, Lord, that which we need to hear. We commit the proceedings of this day to you in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, it's nice to have you all here. I just have a couple announcements as we begin, and particularly glad to have our online audience here with us. You should know that candidates from either side of these races were all invited. However, if only one candidate showed up, we give them the forum to respond to this, and the candidates will each receive questions in advance, and they will be given each 3 minutes to respond to each of the questions. Just a housekeeping matter that this forum is important this weekend. Next weekend, starting at 9 o'clock at Valley Assembly, there will be another forum, and that will go from 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock on Saturday, October 18th at Valley Assembly. Now, let me give the ground rules for the forum. Since our primary goal is to learn, we ask that the audience refrain from clapping until we conclude the final question to each candidate. If any audience members have questions for the candidates, we have the room right off to the side where you can meet and visit with them before or after they're there. It takes a lot of courage to run for political office, right, candidates? It takes a lot of work. And so this is a venue where we give highest respect to anyone who's going. Oh, I should have turned off my phone.
And Mike, the date is the 15th on Saturday?
Yeah. The date is the 15th, yes. 15th on Saturday. So our first candidate that we're going to have, we're going to feature Spokane County Commissioner races. And we will start with County Commissioner District 4. There are two running for that position. Mary Cooney, who is the incumbent, though the districts have gone to 5. And she was unable to attend, and Brian Noble, who is able to attend. So Brian, would you mind coming up and we will start?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Brian, the first question to you is this. Why are you running for County Commissioner?
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Spokane Bible, for having me here today. I'm running for county commissioner because I believe that we're at a crossroads as a culture, as a country, and as a county. When we look at where we are, we're going to go in one of two directions. And I am a person that believes that in the opportunity for us to go in the direction that has been around for a lot of years, where we embrace our personal freedoms, our rights as citizens to articulate our voice and to move in the things that have been entrusted to us. I believe that as we move forward, that we need to, on the local level, restore a voice for the people. County commissioners have an important seat when they're dealing with your freedoms and your rights. They're your voice inside of those meetings that when they're sitting there, they're representing you. And so as a county, we have 5 districts now. And so we'll be looking at, do we just represent our own 4th district, or do we represent the whole county? And I believe that as county commissioners, we need to have a big picture that impacts the entire county, where integrity and a voice for the people is there. I believe that the county commissioners will have a voice on a variety of different areas. For instance, if we're looking at our medical freedoms, being on the health district board, to make sure that we're not taking away people's freedoms when it comes to their right to body autonomy, where they can decide if they want a vaccine or wear a mask or those kind of things. As many of you know, I have a disabled child who's never walked or talked. And I would say that with her, she's wheelchair bound. In fact, she got COVID. And I would say that it's very important that when we have those risk situations on the medical front, that we don't take away other people's rights and freedoms simply because of my daughter's risk for COVID. So what did? We isolated Isabella, and we made sure that she was in a safe place to make sure that she was taken care of. But our other kids were allowed to go out and do the things that they love to do, like Christian youth theater and be involved in the community, because we're not going to live under fear. We're going to live under freedom. And so that's an area. I think election integrity is very important, and county commissioners interact on a local level with the auditor's office. And so how can we hold that area accountable, making sure that every citizen's vote is counted and that it is meaningful and that there's a level playing field at the ballot box. And so I recently realized that I watched a video where some concerned citizens came into the auditor's office and sat down with the county commissioners. And I just want to make sure that for the future that every single person vote counts. And so I'll do what I can to be a voice for the people on that level to make sure that they're counted. As far as funding the police and the lawlessness that we're seeing in our county and in our community, to really be able to make sure that the sheriff has the resources that they need and to have the courage and the ability to step forward and to patrol our areas and make sure that we have a lawful community.
Okay, Brent, thank you. Brent, what are the 3 issues facing Spokane County that you would be working on as commissioner?
I think if I were to list them out, and then I'll go through each one, I would say, first and foremost, our property taxes. We have a great increase in the assessed values of properties and the amount of taxation that's going on the local level. When I look at this, I understand that there's only so much that the county commissioners can raise, but we have to have the root principle of where we are as a society. In other words, taxes belong to the people, not to the commissioners. It is the people's money that is there. And what we use for common resources such as safety and justice, we need to use to the best of our abilities and as conservative as we can. So looking at property tax, I'm concerned for the elderly as far as are they being taxed out of their homes? When people are living on a fixed income, I know that there are ways to apply for relief of that. I understand that. But we need to make sure that we're not pricing our elderly out of their homes through taxation. I also know that we need to look at how do we use those resources so that we fulfill the primary roles of government versus moving into areas that aren't the responsibilities of government. What do I mean by that? The primary role of government is justice and safety. Benevolence is the primary role of nonprofits and churches. And so making sure that we have that divided line of between church and between the local government to make sure that we're spending our funds wisely. I also believe that that's issue number 1. Number 2 would be freedom from government overreach. Small businesses were destroyed by this COVID response. And so how do we make sure that we have a voice in those situations for those small businesses? I think it's incredibly important that county commissioners step up and make sure that there's an equal playing field between the big businesses and the small businesses. We had a tendency to want to put people in one of two camps, either in essential businesses or non-essential. And if it's your livelihood, if it's the way that you take care of your family, I believe it is essential. And so that would be area number 2, is freedom from government overreach. And then finally, I think, and I already mentioned this, but I really believe that we need to make sure that we have election integrity at the ballot box. If we wipe out the ability for people's vote to actually count, we, in essence, eliminate freedom. And so to step back and say, is every vote counting? Is there authenticity with the voter registrations? Is there a place where we can make sure that we can identify who's voting and when they're voting? And so when we look at that, that's very important to me. And to really think through at these 3 areas of how we're going to serve our community and our county. And I look forward to doing that as your county commissioner.
Thank you, Brian. Of those 3 items, which one is your top priority and why?
I would say that the top priority is election integrity. And the reason, again, is because I think everything else flows down from that. When we look at having an honest and fair voting rights for each person and making sure that their vote counts, it is important to me that that is there. Because then it flows into how we work with the sheriff's department. It flows into how we deal with property taxes and all the other things that we're looking at. And so if we can make sure that our votes count and that they are moving forward in the future with fairness and integrity, it really does help. I know as a Peacemaker Fellow, one of the things that really will help me negotiate is I do conflict resolution all around the United States and really around the world. I'm a published author on reconciliation. And so to step out and say, how can we negotiate this where both Democrat, Republican, and Independents come to the table and we brainstorm a fair way to have election integrity? Not just polarizing by calling names or not just simply pushing out by saying, hey, I think we've defaulted to name calling a little bit too much. We need to step back and have good faith negotiations. And so I've been trained to do this with Peacemaker Ministries. I've done it for decades and move that ministry forward. And I will bring that exact same skill set back to the county seat where we can then have the robust dialogues that we need, but we come out of those rooms where we have an agreement and we move forward in moving our county forward.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. We'll take just a couple minutes and we'll start again in 4 minutes at 10:20 as we prepare to have Josh Kearns and Bill Schreiner here, Spokane County Commissioner, District 3 candidates. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes when we get this arranged. Thank you, Pam, for that work. You're front and center. By the way, for our audience too, we do have, our candidates have very, very busy campaign schedules. So we're glad that we had everybody who could come. There's some that were unable to come. And I think for those that are unable to come, please don't feel they're disinterested. It's just that they're very busy. And so we were very pleased to get those that we could have come. So why don't we start, and we'll next go into Spokane County Commissioner District 3 races with Josh Kearns and Bill Schreiner. And it looks like we have, okay, Josh, nice to have you here.
Oh, glad to be here.
Let's get started right away. Why are you running for county commissioner?
I'm running for county commissioner because the people of Spokane County deserve a commissioner that will work to protect and grow jobs, will push back against tax increases, will prioritize public safety, and will bring new levels of transparency to county government. Those are the things that I promised that I would do when I was first elected, and those are the things that I've continued to champion in the 6 years that I have had the honor of serving as county commissioner. I'm a local guy, born and raised in North Spokane County. That's the area that I currently represent, running to hopefully be able to continue to serve you. I'm a family man. I've married to my high school sweetheart. We have 2 amazing children, a boy and a girl. And, it's all about just making Spokane County the best place to live, work, and raise a family for everybody that is blessed enough to call Spokane County home.
Cool, thank you. What are the 3 issues facing Spokane County that you would be working on as commissioner in the next term?
Yeah, so many of them are the same issues that we faced for the last 6 years. And those are rising crime. Unfortunately, that's something we're seeing not only here, but we're seeing that across the entire country. And combating that by making sure that we support our sheriff's office and make sure that they have the tools necessary to combat those rising crime rates. Also, if we're hearing that there is potentially an impending recession on its way that we can see across this country, and it's finding ways to isolate ourselves here locally, being able to bring in as many good paying jobs, and being able to fend off the negative impacts the best we can if that recession does come. And finally, it's continuing to find ways to open up county government, to bring more transparency into all levels of county government. We've done that through our budget process over the last several years, opening up our collective bargaining agreements, moving as much of what we do online, live stream, and archived on our Kent County website and YouTube channel. So whether you're down there in person or watching from home, you can keep tabs on everything that we're doing at the county.
Josh, of those 3, which one is your top priority? Tell us a little bit more about why.
Yeah, it would be combating those rising crime rates and supporting our sheriff's office. When you live in a community that is not safe, that nobody wants to call home, that's when you are in a very bad spot. With the sheriff's office primarily covers everything that's an unincorporated county. They're the contract law enforcement provider for the city of the Spokane Valley. So a huge population, the majority of the population there, the county sheriff oversees the public safety in those areas. This year alone, in 2022, as county commissioners, we were able to fund 19 new fully funded deputy positions that are out there on the road keeping folks safe. And then a handful of administrative staff as well to provide sort of the back office support that they need. But really it comes down to, if you don't have a safe community, people aren't going to want to live in your community. If you don't have a safe community, you don't feel safe being in your home, you don't feel safe going to the park with your kids. Public safety is the #1 responsibility of local government that we need to provide for our citizens. And so that's why it's my #1 thing that I will continue to work on. It's a thing that I have worked on, and I look forward to continue that when I'm reelected in November.
Because we have some extra time, is there anything else that you'd like to take 3 minutes just to share?
Sure. Well, I'll just get a little more background about myself and some of the big the things that I see as accomplishments that I've achieved in my time as county commissioner. Like I said, I'm a local guy. I graduated from Mount Spokane High School, earned my bachelor's degree from Spokane Community College. Actually did part of that in the Running Start program. Got my bachelor's degree from Whitworth University, my master's also from Whitworth University. I got my MBA from there. Used to work for the state legislature for 6 years. I had the honor of serving for 2 incredible members of the House of Representatives. 2 years for former Representative John Ahern, and then 4 years for now Senator Jeff Holy, but back when he was serving in the House of Representatives. That experience is really what propelled me to seek this position as county commissioner. Counties are an extension of state government. Having that understanding of how state government impacts local government and how local government impacts all of our everyday lives is really what drove me to run for for this position. But some of the things I'm really, really proud that we were able to achieve is that those transparency measures in our collective bargaining agreements and our budget writing process. We passed a resolution a couple years ago that commits the county to a minimum of 3 open public meetings or roundtable discussions with the community before we adopt a budget. And that's each and every one of your opportunity who's here in person, and those of you watching online. That's 3 opportunities for you to come down or communicate with us and tell us what you want in a county budget, what you don't want in a county budget, how you want it funded, how you don't want it funded. One year we held 8 of those meetings. So we are very committed to hearing from the folks what you want to see in your county budget, how you want your county operated. Just a little earlier this year, we passed a local ban on a state income tax. There is a push across this state. There are folks that are continually trying to find a legal maneuver to get into court and to make income taxes legal in this state. That is happening, and we passed a local ban, so if it does become legal at the state level, not here in Spokane County.
Josh, I just got word that Bill is here.
Yes, sir.
And Bill, come on up. Come on up. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You can sit down, Josh, and we'll repeat some of the same questions for Bill. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm the
Okay.
one who was late.
Okay.
Josh, that's a great start. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Okay, yeah. Bill, nice to have you with us. I wondered if you would tell us a little bit about why you're running for county commissioner.
Well, I have my notes.
Okay.
I work for 3 different counties. And we're sharing them. It's in regards to improving the county to some higher standards. I've worked for 3 different counties, seeing much higher standards. Flat out. Support the services that the county provides and to follow through. Meaning, okay, we've set this standard, let's make sure it happens. I'm going to go make sure. This is how we execute. This is how we see the vision. Identify and clarify, and then I also add verify. That means I'm going to verify. I'm not going to, okay, all right, well, we're going to sign this budget. All right, let's just make sure this budget's carried out. Again, it takes time and a lot of effort. And that's pretty much it. It's the people's district, and I agree with Josh, it's a district situation. You need to be present. So again, I need to know the needs. I need to clarify those needs. And I need to make sure I verify those needs. And that's just added. It's just, again, I come from the business world. I come from the aviation world. We identify, we clarify, and we verify. And again, it takes 24/7. That's not a Mickey Mouse. That's not a lie. That can be achieved. Yes, again, I take it as a business owner and a person who resides in that community. If you've got a concern, I'm going to make sure somehow, some way, I address it. Period.
Okay, thank you. What are the 3 issues facing Spokane County that you would be working on as county commissioner?
Well, a constituent brought this to my attention. The senior and disabled property tax exemption, that's affecting you right now. Your values went up. The auditor did it as he's supposed to. But there's a property tax exemption threshold that can be addressed by the county commissioners directly now. And that is bring that threshold from 40,000 to 50,000 plus.
Okay. We're asking after the 3 issues, which one of those 3 issues is your top priority?
Top priority. That would be the senior property tax exemption. It means that can be put on the table and addressed now. This is going to affect everyone now.
Okay. Since we have a little more time, is there anything else that you'd like to share with our online audience and our audience here?
I'm here for you. representative government. We can show up and do it. And that's about you who lives there. You own it. I just ask you, I just need to know your wisdom and how you want it accomplished. Again, I've seen 3 different counties, and this is some of the lowest standards I've physically and verbally ever seen. The standards can be created, they can be addressed at your will. Again, you own it, you direct it, and we can do it.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. We're going to start our next, we're going to have County Commissioner District 5 at 10:50, but we have some extra time now, and we have another candidate, Brad Clippert, who is here, and is that right, Pam? I have my reading glasses on, so everybody's fuzzy.
Yes.
But we would sure welcome Brad to come up and share. Brad, nice to have you with us.
Well, thank you, sir. It's
Thank you,
nice
sir.
to be here.
Good. We're going to ask you some similar questions that we asked the others. Tell me about why you're running for your office.
Why am I running for my office?
Yeah.
Well, it's not my office, it's the people's office, but I'm running for the Secretary of State's office as a writing candidate for the Republican Party. I am State Representative Clifford. I have served the last 7 terms, last 14 years as a Washington State Representative and as a member of the State House. I represent the 8th Legislative District down in the Tri-Cities. And I was sitting at home minding my own business. I had run for Congress because Dan Newhouse's voting record does not meet my standards, so I ran for Congress. I did not make it from the primary to the general elections. My phone rang, and a Republican Party leader from the state of Washington called and said, Brad, we need somebody to go to Springfield, Missouri to testify concerning election integrity representing Washington State. All 50 states will be represented, and we'd like you to represent Washington State. I said I'd be honored to do so. So I went down to Springfield, Missouri, and had a 10-minute PowerPoint and presentation and speech ready. And they said, Brad, we're doing this in alphabetical order. W comes towards the end. We're way behind. Can you do it in 5 minutes or less? And so I think I got it done in 5 minutes and 7 seconds. And I shared the PowerPoints in lightning speed, but I saved what I felt the Lord had on my heart to share with the people to the end. And I left that stage with the... Can't hear me? Oh, now you can.
We want to be sure our online audience.
So I left that stage to a standing ovation, and went very well. Came back home. About 3 days later, the phone started ringing again and said, Brad, a group of Republican leaders in Washington State have gotten together. No Republicans made it through the primary to the general election for Secretary of State. We want to know, would you consider allowing your name to stand as the Secretary of State write-in candidate for Republicans? She's waving that card and says 1 minute. And so I said, can I have some time to pray and talk about it? So we did, and so we said yes. And so now I am the Republican write-in candidate for the Secretary of State's office. When you get your ballot, you won't see my name there. You'll see Steve Hobbs' name, who I was his supervisor in the National Guard. You'll see Julie Anderson's name there. She says 30 seconds left. But you'll have to write in Brad Clippert's name for Secretary of State. Brad, B-R-A-D, Clippert, K-L-I-P-P-E-R-T. Write that name in and fill in a little box next to it if you'd like a strong conservative Republican to be your next Secretary of State. That's why I'm running.
Good. Thank you, Brad. What are 3 issues that are facing the Secretary of State's office that you would be working on in that position?
Well, number one is we have to have elections that we know are secure. We know that there's integrity involved, and we know that there's transparency involved. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I went down to Springfield, Missouri to speak to election integrity, representing Washington State. there is not election integrity in Washington State. And so that, as my job as the Secretary of State would make sure from now on, your elections are secure, that your elections cannot be manipulated, that there are not election machines that can be hacked into and ballots changed. And so the number one thing is that I would make sure that your elections are secure, that there's integrity involved, and there's transparency. And since Steve Hobbs was placed in that office by the governor, the transparency of the Secretary of State's office has actually gone down rather than up. It's less transparent. And you, the citizens, have a right to see exactly what happened in your election process. And that is not true today. We're going to make sure that is true in the future.
Okay, we asked for your top 3 issues that you'll be working on, and the final question we asked our candidates, of those 3, which is your top priority?
Top priority is make sure that your elections are secure, that there's integrity involved, and that they're transparent so you can see exactly what's happening in your election process, and that your elections cannot be manipulated in any way, shape, or form. The ballot counting machines are going out. You're going back to the polls. You're going to vote at the polls. You're going to vote on a paper ballot. You're going to use a pen or a pencil, no more hanging chat. You're going to fill out your ballot. You're going to have to take ID with you to prove that you are the person you say you are, to prove that you are, in fact, a U.S. citizen. You're going to give them that ID, show you who you are, and you're going to sign your name so no one else can vote twice for you. You're going to go back to a private area. You're going to vote on a paper ballot, and then that ballot is going to be counted by hand by a person with 2 observers looking over their shoulder the entire time they do it, to make sure that every single ballot is counted correctly and that there is no cheating whatsoever.
Thank you, Brad. Because we have an extra 3-minute segment here, is there anything else you'd like to share about yourself or your campaign?
Well, the one thing I'd like to share about myself in the last 14 years as an elected member of the Washington House of Representatives, 3 documents have guided my life. Number 1, and I say again number 1 is God's Word. Number 2 is the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Washington. And number 3 is the Declaration of Independence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a constitutional republic. I challenge anybody to show me in here where it says that we are a democracy. The word democracy is not used in the Constitution anywhere. We are a constitutional republic. You elect people to represent you in your government. And I just want you to know that these are the 3 documents that have guided me the last 14 years. And if elected to be your Secretary of State, they're the same documents that will guide me in the future.
Very good, Brad. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Pam. Yeah. We're going to take, because we have a schedule for our candidates who are coming in, our next candidate for Spokane County Commissioner District 5 will be here to start at 10:50. So we have about a 10 or 15 minute break. This would be a great opportunity for you to get to know some of the candidates that are here. We have a room off to the side where they have tables, and we welcome you to do that, and we will reconvene at 10:50. Thank you. Good. Thanks, Pam, for let me. We've got Brad. Well, that's okay. Brad, we've got Brad. Brad and I went to the same college together. To Northwest University. She wasn't a writer. Yeah. I need water.
Good, how are you? Got the control. Got a plan. He is able. I know Steve Bannon. I go 1,000 miles in my hair on fire. You can see what's happening because of that. So I don't have time to sit down. That's the safest thing to do. Keep your ballot and give it anything.
We'll just make, we'll make it work.
Does it say that
Like the online people is the. It's right, I'll work it. Make sure it's like, you wanna come watch it or just recording problem?
Well, I would do whatever it says.
Yeah.
But if you use blue, that's why I always sign a black.
We did
white, blue, you can show us yeah. And that's what I've always said. I don't know what happened to it.
This was back, well, I don't know, this was back from August.
Yeah, we probably got to take based upon the response.
So, it does have a.
And this is what, we've had this discussion. You were there because you didn't respond to that, so they kicked you out. But they'll just, we'll just switch back in.
I was just gonna, like, I
Still come.
didn't want to see it any different, but it's not here.
So that's, I guess. Right, no, yeah, we changed that. So we're not- Yeah, I think we said it should have two. But we'll just spend it in. I mean, what we do is we'll cut a break.
So, I like the blue a lot.
We usually had 70 people.
At least allow.
And then online.
By signing this blue, that shows I actually signed a stand for Disney. Steve Oswald, Secretary of State, because the Democrats use that to manipulate and to cheat. Well, you got right, the Secretary of State made the last
Well, as much as used to be, as soon as we had a lot of donations to the school. That was the high school. Scholars have more than one person.
Oh, Vicky Dalton. She's like a county commissioner. Oh, yeah, mayor.
I didn't
International Ministry.
And still a member of the Washington House of Representatives. Bob Jackson and I have been together for years. Sheriff's
Well, a lot of activities change, it may not be stressful.
Well, friends, let's reconvene. It is 10:50, and if we could calm down. Can I have my reading glasses? Is Al here? Okay. I would like at 10:50 then to invite Matt Hawkins up. And is Matt
He's here.
available? Let's get Matt, and he is going to share with our current in-house audience and our online audience information about some very important initiatives. And so, can I have everybody take their seat, please?
Matt doesn't know he's on.
Matt, are you there? Somebody tap Matt on the shoulder. Matt, we have just invited you forward. If we can have everybody sit down. And Matt Hawkins is going to come and talk about some initiatives
He's afraid.
that we should all be aware of. Oh, here he comes. I feel like this. The Price is Right. Come on down. Matt Hawkins, go ahead and you have the floor. There's a microphone there that has you would talk about the 11 initiatives. And please remember we have our online audience, so use your mic.
Okay, appreciate it. For everybody that's listening online, I'm grateful to be here and be involved in this project. This is a statewide project where an individual that has been trying to find a way to help restore Washington back to its greatness that it once had. He's worked through a couple of different ideas, and finally there's a group of, I'll call it intellectual activists, that recognize that maybe there is a way that we can restore confidence, and that restoring confidence to our entire way of government is to get the people to rise up. And with the people rising up, put forth some initiatives that, with the people signing the initiatives, they can send it to the legislative body. The legislative body can pass it into law, and it's veto-proof by the governor. And so what they did is they took the process out and they did some surveys, extensive surveys, to figure out what are the issues. And what we have in front of us now is we have 11 initiatives that seem to touch on the hot points of what families and people within our community would like to see take place. And so in short, if we can get the 350,000 signatures on these statewide, we will get these processed into the legislature the first week of January. The legislature has an opportunity then to pass this into law, and if they don't, then it actually moves out to a referendum. So we can either get these moved into law the first week of January, or if our legislature balks at it, then it moves into a referendum later in the year. But the reality of it is, it gives the people a voice. And in my mind, that is significant. If you want to try to figure out what the issues are, you can go to the site letsgowa.com or letsgowashington.com. Either one will work. That's letsgowa.com. The first one is, and again, you're going to laugh when you hear about these because they seem so simple and so easy. Why do we even have to establish these as law within the state? We want to restore police pursuit. That's Initiative 1474. Simply speaking, I'd like to be able to cut out the conversation my own kids have where they're saying, you mean that if the police officer wants to pull me over, if I just speed away, he can't pursue me? And I'm saying, don't try that out, because if you do, and if I find out that you tried to evade a police officer, then there'll be a bigger price to pay when you get home. So anyways, we want to restore police pursuit. If we believe in the blue, and we want to have stronger communities that have some level of integrity with regards to law-abiding citizens, we need to restore that. The next one is we want to make hard drugs illegal.
Amen.
And it's not about trying to reverse anything in the marijuana laws. Please understand that. If you look back and read the back part of the initiative, we are not trying to undo anything on the marijuana laws. All we're saying is that with regards to this initiative, if you have hard drugs on you, I'm talking about cocaine or fentanyl or what have you, that if you have a quantity of it on you, then that should be illegal and that should be subject to some kind of an arrest or some kind of a legal action. Right now, there is no legal action on it. You can have the hard drugs and you can carry them around. The next one is keeping guns from criminals. This is not about keeping guns out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. This is about identifying that within the laws that we create, if you want to create laws that penalize the use of guns, do it only for the criminals, not for the law-abiding citizens. And then we get into some real fun ones with regards to finances. We want to trim the sales tax by 1%. We want to cut the state gas tax by 24.7 cents.
Amen.
We want to give everybody that has their home a relief on their property taxes for the first $250,000, and that should be tax exempt. We should be able to repeal the capital gains tax that the legislature put into play in the last year. And then we go back to good governance. We want to be able to put the emergency powers review in play. And real simply on that, we want to be able to say that the governor should have some right to emergency powers, but not that goes on for 2 years. And we want to be able to say that if you want to exercise emergency powers, then the legislature should be reconvening every 30 days. And the legislature needs to shoulder the responsibility as to what's going on there. This cannot be about a one-man state.
Just a comment here, Matt. 11 o'clock, we have about 3 more minutes, then we're going to have Kim join us. So can you conclude in about 3 minutes?
I will be done in maybe 2.
Okay.
Curriculum transparency. Real simply, we want to be able to know that the parents and families can have access to what is the curriculum being taught in the schools. I don't know how we ever got away from that one. We want to be able to have the electoral college allocation. We want to be able to know that by region within the state, but with your congressional district, if a congressional district votes a certain way, we want that presidential vote to go with that congressional district. So real simply, this is not a winner-take-all state. We want to do like they have in Nebraska and in Maine, which is the electoral votes get allocated based on the votes within a congressional district. Finally, Voter Protection Act. We want to be able to make sure that there's transparency of our elections. I don't understand why we cannot have an audit of our election system. Third-party audits to the election system to be able to restore confidence. I want everybody to vote, and I want everybody to vote legitimately, but I also want to be able to know that there's a trail that can be audited from the time that the ballots are printed all the way through to the time that they're put into storage. I want to be able to know that there's an audit trail from the people that are being collected up and being cast out as voters. I want to know that we have legitimate voters in play. Best part now on this is, we succeed with this year, we're looking at repeating the process next year. So go to the letsgowa.com and identify on there, if you have ideas, anyone in the state, if you have ideas as to what you would like to see for future initiatives, then put the ideas down there and they'll be considered. And we can repeat the process next year with 10, maybe 20 initiatives if we want to.
Amen.
It's all about restoring confidence to the people, and that the people have a voice in this government. Is that about time?
Again, this is meant to be an informative forum, and these initiative issues, I think, have interest whether you, regardless of your political persuasion. So thank you, and we do have those initiatives out in the foyer to be, if you have not yet signed up and would like to. Thank
So
you.
let's make a deal. Let's make a deal and let's get these initiatives signed. Thank you.
Next we have Kim, please. Kim, if you'd come up, please. Kim is running for Spokane County Commissioner, District 1. Nice to have you with us, Kim.
Thank you.
I understand you have a very busy day today.
I do have a busy day. So is this the microphone?
Yeah, if you speak on that mic, we have 3 questions that you've been given in advance. I'd like to show the questions. Would you tell us, Kim, why you're running for County Commissioner?
Well, bottom line, I absolutely love my community. I was born and raised here. I'm a hometown girl. My parents, who have been married for over 60 years, live here. My brothers and sisters. I grew up not very far from here. And I have concerns about the community. And after learning who was running in this position, my opponent, who has no business experience whatsoever, has never had an employee, has never put together a budget, I wanted to jump into the race. So I gave up what I had. I sold my business. I owned Please Printing and Marketing for 32 years here in Spokane, and decided to just put my name into the ring because I want to be a guardian and I think I have a lot of qualities, and I could help my community, really.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. What are the 3 issues facing Spokane County that you would be working on as commissioner in an upcoming term?
Well, the most important thing is public safety. So when I first jumped into this race, I was interviewed by the Spokane Review, and they asked me what my priorities were. And I already had an idea what they were, but I went out in the community and talked. I've been doorbelling. I probably have doorbelled about 2,500 homes. And in talking to the people at the doors, the most important thing, the biggest worry about people is, the safety. They're worried about law enforcement, picking up the phone, calling 911, calling for the police, the sheriff's department. They're worried. I'll just give you an example. I doorbelled one along Wellesley in Alberta, not far from Shadle. And a gentleman came out, and I always ask people what their biggest worries are. The gentleman told me that there was a girl standing at the bus stop in broad daylight on Wellesley, taking the bus to go to work. A person came up to her with a gun, put it to her abdomen, took her behind the alley and raped her in broad daylight. And he said, I'm so concerned. And he was probably in his early 80s and said, I'm concerned. Just in broad daylight. And we can all say, oh, it's drugs and things like that. But the problem is that another worry is the jail. And I know that we've been talking about how the jail for a long time. And it's not up to me or the county commissioners as far as the jail goes. It's up to the public. You can give them as much information as you can, and it's up to the voters on that issue. My opponent, my biggest worry is one of the things that he said in a debate recently was he wanted to take all the vehicles, including the deputies' vehicles, and make them electric. And the voters, we can't afford that. Getting all new vehicles, what are we going to do with the sheriff vehicles that we have now? Things like that. So the biggest thing is just, public safety. Huge priority.
Okay. The final question we've asked is, of the 3 priorities you just named, did you get to 3? What is your top priority and why? And you can continue with the previous question if you'd like to as well. Okay, so go ahead.
Well, and it's being the guardian of taxpayer dollars and making sure that they're not spent on, radical issues. Our job is the legislative and administrative role for the county. I'm looking forward to working with Josh Kearns and Al French, and just making sure that our tax dollars are spent wisely is absolutely important. just, making sure that you all get, the services that you deserve and pay for.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple more minutes left. Is there anything else you'd like to share with our online audience and our in-person audience?
Well, the biggest thing that I just want to tell people is that I want to work for you. I have, the background and the experience, and I'm listening to the people in my district, and I'm running for the right reasons. I truly care. This is not a stepping stone to a long political career, and I'm here for you. I'm here for the community, and I have the background and the leadership skills and just community service that I believe that I will truly do the best job for this community. And I just want to thank you all for inviting me here today. And even though it's busy, I wanted to be here to meet you all, and I'm just looking forward to it. So if you have any questions, though, I would love to stay for a few more minutes and answer any other questions individually that you might have of me. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We'll just take a couple minutes, and I will either go to Al French or Michael Cathcart, Pam, whichever you would like to put up. Like I said, I still have my reading glasses on, so I really can't see anybody clearly. Just a comment, too, that people that run for political office, this is a step that takes a lot of courage and a lot of work. And that's how it comes regardless of where you are in the political spectrum. We are just grateful that we have candidates that care enough to come and run for these important positions. So who are we going to hear from next, Pam? Michael Cathcart. Okay, good. I saw him here. We'll just wait just a second while she finishes her little science here, and we'll take maybe a 30-second breather, and then we'll move right into our next candidate. Hey, Michael, come on up. And we'll get started. Michael Cathcart, running for the Spokane County Commissioner, District 2. And happy to have you here. Amber Waldriff was unable to attend today, so you get the microphone, my friend. I think that other one is the one that is on there. And so, test me today. Let's start with our first question. And we're asking all the same questions to our candidates. Why are you running for county commissioner?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, thanks everybody for being here, and for those who are watching at home on the live stream. I'm Michael Cathcart, and I'm running for Spokane County Commissioner because I really want to make sure that my district, East Spokane, has a strong, ardent advocate who's on the county commission representing them. This is really what instilled me to run for city council 3 years ago, was the need to represent some folks who I feel have been underrepresented for a very long time. And so I think there's been a lot of stuff that we've been able to accomplish on the city council, in terms of advocacy for my constituents in Northeast Spokane. But I want to take that same level of advocacy and apply it to the county commission. Moving from 3 to 5 commissioners is going to significantly change processes, decision-making, investments, outcomes, all of that across the county. And so, of course, we want to keep a mind on the entire county, because that's really, really critical, because we are going to have nobody who's elected who's really thinking about the entire county. But that also means making sure that we are paying a lot of close attention to underrepresented areas of our community, such as Northeast Spokane. So that's really what got me into this, but I want to make it perfectly clear, and this probably just leads right into your next question on the top 3 issues. The needs of my constituents really center on a couple of things, and public safety is the number 1. That is the biggest issue that we are facing. We have dealt with drive-by shootings. We have dealt with just a massive increase in property crime and commercial burglaries. Murders across the city are up year to date. And so there is a lot that we need to do on crime. And I think that there's an opportunity in front of us right here and now to do a better job of collaborating and partnering with our different law enforcement agencies. So from the sheriff's office to the city of Spokane to Airway Heights, I think we can do a better job of collaborating, sharing assets, sharing intelligence. I think we can do a better job with patrols in our urban areas in the unincorporated county. Foot patrols, bike patrols, getting the officers on the street to help disrupt and to deter the crime, and also building really good, strong community relations at the same time. Secondarily, another major issue that we've got to deal with is the regionalization of one of our biggest issues, and that is homelessness. Unfortunately, this is a regional issue that affects every corner of the county, but 90% of the resources and the impacts go into one area, and that's the city of Spokane. And so we need to have a holistic dialogue around how every community can do a better job with this issue, talking about this issue, working together on this issue, and creating an accountable process that will actually exit people from homelessness. That is something that we must talk about because the problem is just growing and growing. And then third, and this is something not a lot of people talk about, but I think it's something that we really need to be emphasizing, and that is resiliency. We have not talked much about resiliency, and I think that there's an opportunity to work with our state legislature to incentivize manufacturing jobs and investments in our community regarding storage, distribution, warehousing of critical needs and critical goods. And when you think about a pandemic or a winter issue on the pass and you can't get goods to Spokane, we need to have those kinds of critical goods here at the Red Line.
Mike, you kind of went into the second question, but I want to, the three issues facing Spokane County. Why don't you just continue? If you want to elaborate some more on some of those key issues.
Yeah, thank you. So just another issue I really just want to talk about, and candidates have mentioned this previously, but that is the issue of transparency. And I believe that we can do a really good job, and I think the county does try to do a good job in terms of transparency, but I just bring a different perspective, and I think we can do something that takes us to another level. And so, the city of Spokane has done a pretty good job since COVID with filming all of our committees, our study sessions, making sure everything that we do for the most part is streamed and available to the public. And I want to make sure that that same thing happens at the county, whether it's a commissioner meeting itself or a subcommittee or a committee of the county commissioners. I want to make sure that those are all filmed, they're streamed, they're archived, you can have access to them, you can see what we're talking about doing and what actions we're taking. And then I also want to just do a better job of making available to the public our agendas and the timelines of decision making and when we're going to be determining certain things. The public, I believe the public will be on our side more times than not, and it's really critical that we have their buy-in. And so I want to make sure that we are accessible to them in every way possible. And so that's something that I really think that I've been able to champion at the city level, and I want to bring that to the county as something that would help, I think, engage the public better on a lot of the issues that we're dealing with. And some of these issues are pretty controversial and difficult to deal with.
The last question we're asking our candidates for county commissioner is, of the three, which is your top priority? Could you give a little more color to your feelings about your top priority?
Yeah, well, the top priority, without a doubt, is crime, law enforcement. I really want to commend our county commissioners for taking some bold steps recently with regards to the camp in East Central that has gotten completely out of hand. It has created a public safety nightmare for the residents and the businesses that are around that site. But not only for them, it's created a public safety nightmare for some of the folks who are unfortunately stuck in that camp. And we know that there are some bad actors who are spreading misinformation, trying to keep people there and hold them back from leaving. And so I just want to thank our county commissioners for making a really tough decision in working with our sheriff to say we're going to pursue an abatement and try to clear that site. I'm really grateful the city is now joining in. This is something I've been calling for since December of last year. It's something that's needed to be done for a long time, but it's just an example, I think, of the big issue that we need to face, and that is public safety and homelessness and how the two kind of have converged. But broadly speaking, when we're talking about drive-by shootings across the city and the county, when we're talking about property crime thefts being up, when we're talking about all these different issues that are affecting our hardworking tax-paying citizens, we just cannot stand idly by and watch that happen. And so this has to be the number one issue that we are focused on, because if we have a safe community, we are going to have a pro-business community. We are going to have a community where families can go and play in the parks and people just feel like there's prosperity and they can flourish. And I think people right now are feeling like they're being held back.
Since we have another few minutes, is there anything else you'd like to share about yourself, your background, the things that you feel strongly about?
Sure, yeah, I'm really bad about talking about myself, so I often skip that part. But I'm, again, Michael Cathcart. I've been on the city council, elected in 2019 for the city of Spokane, representing Northeast Spokane. I currently serve as our chair of the Public Safety Committee for the Spokane City Council. I'm also chair of the Northeast Public Development Authority, which is an area in Northeast Spokane where we are really trying to revitalize and attract jobs and growth and that sort of thing. And so we just hired a new director, and we've got some, I think, really good plans moving forward for that area there. So there's some positive stuff coming out of that Northeast Public Development Authority. I've also been on the city's budget committee, and right now we are at the city of Spokane dealing with probably one of the most difficult budgets that folks will have to deal with in quite some time. And I just know that that experience of trying to use a scalpel in identifying where we can cut efficiently and thoughtfully and make really good decisions is going to lend itself to the county, where, as was mentioned earlier, we are likely in a recession right now. If not in, we are just about in. And so we're going to have to start making some really tough budget decisions over the next couple of years. And so folks who have the willingness and the experience to make the thoughtful investments and the thoughtful cuts, I think are the folks that we need to have in office at this point in time.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah. Thank you all.
Take just a short break, and Pam, I need to confer with you about who will have next. And unless we want to take a longer break. Let's take a 15-minute break. It's 11:15. We will reconvene at 11:30 and enjoy, visit with candidates and others here that are present with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, welcome back. For our online audience, we are going to probably reconvene in another couple minutes. And so, Brian, if there's anybody in the foyer that would like to come in, we will be starting, and in a couple minutes we will be hearing from Jenny Graham. And so, hi Jenny, good to see you. I'm Mike. Let's let people convene here. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for inviting us.
That mic is hot. There, that one.
This one? Yeah.
I want to just get everybody sitting down, and so if you'd come and have a seat, I'd like to just review a couple of the ground rules before we start again. We did this at the beginning of the session. Our primary goal today is to learn, and so our audience has been very good about refraining on applause or making a lot of comments during our candidates talking. We want to be sure that our online people can hear everything well, too. And in the event that our in-house audience has questions for the candidates, they have set up in a room right beside us here that's behind those windows over there. And our candidates would love to visit with you. And finally, a reminder that it takes a lot of courage to run for political office. And regardless of anyone's political position, hats off to those that can step in the arena. And in this venue, this is not a Democrat or Republican or independent affiliated forum. This is just a forum where we have invited people from both sides, candidates from both sides. Some were very busy today, and so we have some that were unavailable, and I don't want you to conclude that they didn't care because they were unavailable. It's just that candidates this time of year, they have a breakneck pace calendar, and so we were just happy with those that we could have. And so we're going to start, and we have Jenny Graham, who is candidate for the 6th Legislative District in the state, position 2. Michaela was unable to attend, and so we'll just direct our questions to you if that's okay.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Nice to have you here with us. First of all, can you tell us, Jenny, why you are running for state representative?
I'm rerunning for state representative because we really terribly need balance in every part of the systems that we have right now. Public safety is very definitely a strong suit for me. I didn't start running for office in that it was something that it was a strong desire for me to do. Politics found me when my sister was trafficked and murdered by the Green River serial killer. And, you know, when something like that happens in your life, it destroys you. It takes a while to come back from that, and I did. I did the hard things that I needed to do to put those pieces back together into a beautiful mosaic and to become the strong woman that I have become, to stand up for safe and clean neighborhoods and to stand up for crime victims and their families who I have. This is my 2nd term, and I can tell you from being a member on the public safety, crime victims' rights, you're last on the list in Washington State, and that's not acceptable. So I fill that role where, because of the strong voice that I am, I challenge those in the committee and at the state level when there's bad policy that is being sponsored and passed, which has led us to the path where we are right now. So many people no longer feel safe at home, in your car, going to the grocery store, or going for a walk, going downtown. That's not what it was like when my husband and I were raising our family here. We still live in the same house, and we enjoyed being able to take our kids to the parks, being able to do things at the schools, going downtown when we had different things that the city was doing. And most people try to stay away from that stuff now. We shouldn't have to use a magnet across the parks to get all the needles and stuff before they can mow. It's gonna take strength to stand up and fight for what's right with this.
Thank you, Jenny. what are the 3 issues that you will most likely be working on at the state level that will impact the people that you represent in Spokane?
Again, I know that you've heard about public safety. That is me. That is why I ran. And as bad as things are right now, what's coming down the pike for this next legislative session is to take minimum and maximum sentencing across the board and cut it. There's also a Senate Bill 5036, which for all intents and purposes would end 3 strikes and life without the possibility of parole. And again, I can tell you, because I'm involved in these meetings, they don't care who they're letting out into your neighborhood. I literally just fought to keep a mass murderer in prison where he belongs. When we talk about rehabilitation, which I believe in, the person though has to do their part. And when they don't apologize, they don't accept responsibility for what they've done, and they have zero, and I mean zero care for what they've done to their victims and their families, and the ISRB board votes to let that person back out into our community with an ankle bracelet for 90 days as the supervision, I have a huge problem with that. We've got to recognize that there are some people we can help, and there are some people that we need to protect our families and businesses and communities from the people that are persistent, violent offenders. And we're not doing that right now. The state should be taking a better role in the balance that I'm talking about.
Of those 3 issues, you've already talked about the top priority. We're giving our candidates an opportunity to give us a little more color on their top priorities. So if you had anything additional to say, go ahead with your top priority.
So, again, a top priority that I have, and again, when you look at what's going on with the taxes, so many people living on fixed incomes or struggling to make ends meet, the Republicans put together a budget. Every bill in Washington would have been paid. And also, there would have been no programs cut, and we would have been able to give money back to our taxpayers. Even California is giving money back to their taxpayers, and the majority party here, there is no end in sight for how much they're going to continue raising taxes. You've got the capital gains income tax, which was ruled by the IRS in the courts. That is capital gains, but the majority party, because they changed the definition of anything they feel like, is deeming it an excise tax. And what they're in essence saying is that your money that you work for is not yours. It belongs to the government. So, I'm saying at this point in time that you as voters, you have a choice in this matter. Is that money yours that you work for, or does that belong to Governor Inslee and the majority party? And then there's another issue that's coming up. Obviously, you feel the pain when you go to the pump. Well, another bill was passed that instead of putting more taxes at the pump where you go to fill up, where you can actually see what those taxes are, they're front-loading it when they're manufacturing. So that allows them to say, well, we didn't raise any taxes, right? It's not honest. And I believe in transparency, and I believe in honesty, and I have seen far too many times when things have happened where, elected officials are asked a question and they just don't answer, or they tap dance around it. I never shy away from difficult issues, even though it's hard, even if I've had somebody mad and I explain, give them a little bit more information. 9 times out of 10, by the time that I'm done, and they recognize a little bit more about what the issue is, and I ask, would have wanted me to do that? And they're like, no, that's okay. So we look forward to hearing from the people that we represent. We do our best work when you are calling us, when you are sending us emails, when you're paying attention to the bills that are coming up, and we get feedback from you. That is how we best take your voice to Olympia and fight for you.
Jenny, we have a little more time, and so let's raise this, give you another 3 minutes. Anything you'd like to tell us about yourself, your background, other things you're interested in that you'd like our online audience to know and our in-house audience to know. This is free time for you.
Sure. This is great, getting a chance to share. I am a mother. I'm a wife. I'm a veteran. An Army veteran. I'm also the very proud mother of an Air Force airman that in the near future will be deployed for the first time. So I pay very much attention to what is going on with issues at the base. Some of you may not know that we have active duty service members that our government is telling to get food stamps.
Yeah.
That is absolutely inexcusable. It's shameful. My son has a wife and 3 kids and was denied help with food stamps. They build furniture as a family to try to sell that furniture to make extra money. My son is being deployed, so they're not going to be able to do that coming up. But we have a responsibility to these soldiers that put their life on the line, sign the dotted line just like I did. I took an oath to defend our government and our people from foreign and domestic threats. I also took the oath when I ran for office to uphold our constitutions and also to respect our laws. And I do that. Sometimes I get a little spicy doing it, especially when you're talking about the human trafficking that is happening right here in Spokane. We have come up on the FBI's list as the worst in the nation right now for the computer terabytes for individuals searching for sex with children. And we're also having major issues with the drugs. The cartels are targeting Spokane. They're preying on our families for profit. And I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, you don't vote, there's not a single one of us that should be okay with that. And I'm not. So they can smear me all they want, the stuff that you're hearing. If you knew the full truth about it, you would understand. Could I have said some things a little bit differently? Yes, I could, but I will not back down at all an inch from standing up on this issue or other public safety issues because somebody has to. This is hard. If it were easy, anybody would do this.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Let's give a round of applause. Paul, Pam, who do we have next, Pam? Natalie? Oh, what's that?
I'm not sure if she's here yet.
Okay. If Natalie is not here, Tim, can I have you come up just for a moment for our online audience as well as our in-house audience to talk a little bit about PCOs, whether you're Democrat or Republican, just about the role of the grassroots precinct committee officer. And then, Pam, if you just let me know when Natalie arrives. I bet the other mic is live there, Tim.
All right, my name is Tim Kinley, and I am a precinct committee officer, currently 6208, but will be 3234 in the city of Spokane. A precinct committee officer is kind of the foundational level of our representative government. And whether you're a Republican or Democrat, you can be a precinct committee officer. So our state is broken into thousands of precincts. And you as a precinct committee officer can represent your party, your political organization, bona fide political organization. You can represent the people of your precinct to your party. And you have then a voice, you have a say, you're the voice for your precinct to your representative government. And there's a lot of responsibilities, but I want to focus on the pleasures, the joys of being a precinct committee officer. The main one is you get to meet people and you find like-minded people. So I'm a Republican precinct committee officer. I've been out door knocking my area as a precinct committee officer, letting people know I'm here, talk to me, let's have some conversations. I ran into my counterpart, my Democrat precinct committee officer. We exchanged a conversation and we're emailing each other now. Well, he has responded to me being at his door. But there's a lot of nice people out there, and you're meeting your neighbors, and I enjoy it. I think that's a big thing. Other people may not handle that. But the other thing is you then get to go and help select district leaders for your party. And it just moves on up the chain, and you get to meet your state legislators and your commissioners, and you get to engage them. And one of the responsibilities is not only door knocking, but the point of door knocking is you're usually out there with your state representative or your commissioner or your county auditors or whoever, and you build a relationship with them, and it opens a door that you get to converse. If you're interested in them, they're going to be interested in what you have to say. And now this is something I did in Minnesota. I grew up here, but I went to school out in Minnesota and was there for 42 years and came back. But I helped door knock for a candidate. And in door knocking for that candidate, I was able to present my issues to that candidate because the door was open to do that. And we got bills written, we got bills passed, some didn't, but it engaged the process for it to happen. So it is a way to have influence inside your party, inside your state, inside your county, and I just highly encourage you to do that. And you can go to your political party and say, hey, I want to be a precinct committee officer, how do I do that? And they'll hopefully help you out.
Very good, thank you, Tim. Nice explanation. One of the things that some in our online audience may not know is that there are a lot of precincts that are vacant, where there's opportunities for people that want to get involved. And on both sides of the political spectrum, there are opportunities through being a precinct committee officer. Now, Pam, we have Natalie here. We'd like to have Natalie come up. Thank you, Natalie, for being here. Natalie is here. She's running for 3rd Legislative District, Position 2. Tim Ormsby was unable to attend, so you get to have our questions today. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Sure. Natalie, we start out by asking, why are you running for state representative?
And I assume this is on. Fantastic. Well, I am running for a state representative because I love this community. I have been here my entire life. I grew up in the Valley, and I've been in District 3 for 25 years. And I am a mom and a teacher. My roots are just in this community. And I want our community to be safe again. I want our community to be what I remember it being. Being able to go to all the amazing community events and enjoy all of the different areas in Spokane. And right now, I don't feel safe to go to some of those areas. And so I definitely wanted to run to bring back public servanthood to the job. And I also wanted to run because I was reaching out to my current representative, which is now my opponent, and he would never respond to me. I was getting nothing back. And no matter what I did to try to reach out to him, whether it was email or phone call, he never responded. Well, that's not what the job is supposed to be. You're supposed to be entrenched in your community and representing the people. And so I am running because I want to represent all the people of Spokane.
Thank you. What are the 3 issues you would be working on at the state level that will impact the people that you represent in Spokane?
Number 1 is public safety. Again, I kind of touched on it and why I'm running. And a lot of that has to do with being a mom and wanting my community to be safe. And I know that just recently I had multiple drive-by shootings in North Spokane near my house. And one of them was at 3:30 in the afternoon. And that was shocking to me to think that I can't even walk the dogs or take a walk in my neighborhood and I have to worry about drive-by shootings. And so public safety is number one. And I really want to make sure that I am able to work towards restoring the tools that our law enforcement needs so that they can do the job that they took an oath to do. And one of those is really working on the reform police bill and making sure that they're allowed to pursue criminals. They don't want to pursue in an unsafe way. I've had many conversations with law enforcement, but they do need the ability to be able to do their job. There are times that they need to pursue a criminal and they don't need their hands to be tied in that. We need to trust that they know when it's appropriate and when to make sure that it's a safe pursuit. In addition to that, I am a teacher, so education is at the heart of me, and I try to really work on education from within, and it was really hard. I felt like I was exhausting my efforts of going to the school board or trying to, again, go to my legislators, or I even reached out to the governor, and nothing was changing. And education needs some change. Our children are failing. We're at like 50%, roughly 50% of passing English language. We're around 37% passing in math, but yet our graduation rate is in the 80s, so I'm not sure how that correlates. And we're not producing children that are productive members of society. And one of the big key issues is that we have to have boundaries and healthy consequences in a school system. In addition to that, I want to make sure that we have school choice so that kids learn where they best learn. And I really also want curriculum transparency. And then finally, just to kind of sum up, is having a common sense balanced budget. I know that our state balances the budget, but are they doing it with common sense? When we have a $15 billion surplus, some of that should have come back to the taxpayers in this time when inflation is just skyrocketing, when we are seeing a huge increase in the gas pump and the grocery store and for all goods. Well, if we had a surplus, some of that should have come back to the taxpayers in some way and not turn around and vote on a $17 billion transportation package of new taxes and new fees. That to me is not right. So I will stand for the taxpayers and make sure that we are doing what we need for our citizens.
Of the three questions that we posed and the three priorities, could you tell us a little bit more about your top priority and how that came about? Why you feel so strongly about your top priority?
Well, public safety, and it's very multifaceted with our homeless situation and crime. So a couple things that I want to make sure that you're aware of is that Spokane is 3 times the national average in overdose deaths. That is a 285% increase since the legislation that was based on the Blake versus Washington, the bill that they put into place that my opponent, Tim Ormsby, and I would love to ask him if he were here, why did you vote for that, to decriminalize drug possession? That legislation has led to death. It has not, it's a false compassion. It has not helped those who have drug and alcohol addiction. It is actually killing them. And seeing that in my community, in fact, there was a day on a Saturday, it was a nice day, we had our windows down, my 6-year-old was in the back seat, and we pull up to a stoplight in downtown Spokane, our Spokane streets, and I watch a guy shoot up drugs, take the dirty needle out, and throw it into the vacant lot behind him. You know, friends, that is someone's son, that is someone's brother, and I don't know about you, but I don't want that for somebody that I love and care about. So we have to show them compassion by giving them the services that they need. And I say all this on public safety because a lot of this addiction and homelessness leads to crime. They have to feed their habit. And that crime is then leading to inflation. Our goods are getting more expensive. Businesses are being vandalized. Some businesses are even having to close down. So it is a very multifaceted issue, and it's something that I really want to work on all the way from all of our first responders, our law enforcement, our fire department, and our medical are also being impacted because of all these different legislations. And then just the compassion of wanting better for people. I don't want them in despair on the streets. I want to actually get them the services that they need.
Thank you. Natalie, we have just a little more time. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with our in-house and online audience?
Oh, there's so much. I am so excited to run. I was able to do a short forum with my opponent, and my concern is that he's been here for 20 years. We have gone in Spokane in that 20 years from thriving to despair. So it's time for change. It is time for a new voice. It is time for somebody that wants to stand with families and our children and our community and really try to get to the table, because we do have to, no matter what side of the table you're on, we've got to get to the table, unify, and come up with solutions. We have to have healthy debate and healthy conversation and figure out solutions. In fact, Tim, during our last debate, he made the comment that he's tried everything to try to help homelessness. Well, it's not working. So it's time to vote Natalie. It's time to have someone new, a fresh face, a mind, and a different approach to solving the problem. So please vote Natalie in November, and I will represent all the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for coming. Excellent. We're going to take a short break because we have next on our slate Ted Cummings and Suzanne Schmidt. Do you know if they're both present? Okay, why don't you go check? We'll take a slight break there, and so feel free to visit, and we'll reconvene in a little more than 5 minutes. So thank you. here, or if you want to visit outside, that would be fine. We are just about ready to begin, and just a reminder of the ground rules for everybody that's in here. We really don't want you to respond or clap or other things because we want to be able to hear our candidates out carefully. So let's show everyone respect. It looks like, Ted, glad that you're here. Suzanne Schmidt, it looks like could not make it. And so, Ted, I'd like to invite you up. This is Ted Cummings. He is candidate for the 4th Legislative District, Position 1. It's nice to have you here, Ted.
Thank you so much.
And we met before at another forum like this. So, Ted, if you would start out and help us understand why you're running for state representative. And if you get that, there's a mic there, that would help so all our online people can hear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. I am Ted Cummings. I'm running for state representative because I have a problem, like, apparently. There's so much going on in our nation right now. I couldn't imagine not running for office. And my overarching concern over all the traditional things that politicians want to speak to you about, like housing and jobs, and environment and law and order and taxes, I think all fall away when I think about the threats that our process, our nation has come under. Beginning with an insurrection, an attempted coup to overthrow our government and stop the peaceful transfer of power. And then I look at the violence in our nation where a young white man goes to a predominantly African-American supermarket in rural upstate New York and decides to kill people. And we have people that can't attend houses of worship or even schools without this violence that's going on. Our nation is in turmoil, and I think that's one thing that we could agree on. And that bothers me because America and democracy isn't a given. I mean, we could lose this. So I'm not running so much to be state representative as I want to support a Democratic slate and turn back the extremist Republican Party that I believe endangers our democracy.
Okay. Thank you, Ted. What are the 3 issues that you will be working on at the state level that will impact the people you represent in Spokane?
Well, I think first and foremost, and there's a lot of issues, and let's put aside the democracy issue that I have, is our housing. Everyone's been reading about Camp Hope. Camp Hope is a complex issue, but really it's 40 years in the making as we have gutted our manufacturing and our living wage jobs in our country. We don't have, like, I worked at a smelter for years. Out of the 7 or 9 that used to be in Washington, there's 1 left and it's not even running right now. So housing has to be addressed, and we have to make people be able to afford houses, and we do that through job creation. We have to make things in our country again. We have offshored all of our manufacturing overseas, and it has crushed the middle class. So we have housing and we have job creation, and then we have to work on our change to clean energy. So that means we have to work on our grid structure, to how we're going to move electricity around, how we're going to generate electricity. So I really want to continue my work with the Commerce Department and the Washington State Labor Council on hydrogen development and job creation. And those are my 3 big issues.
Yeah. Of those 3, which one is your tip-top priority? If you could give a little more color to your highest priority one that you're championing.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to housing. We have a lot of people pointing fingers about why there's crime in our nation, why are there homeless, and why do we seem to have this breakdown of society? And it is because I believe that we've destabilized the American family. I grew up in a traditional household. My father went to work Monday through Friday. Mom was home all day. There was 5 children. I thought everyone lived that way. We had a roof over our head, never worried about food or clothing, had medical care. And again, I thought everyone lived that way. And for many, many years in this country, a good portion of us did. But as the decline of organized labor happened, and that was by design, beginning with Reagan and the air traffic controllers, as organized labor and manufacturing jobs fell, so did the income of middle-class America. And as we lost our ability to maintain security and stability, we have seen the rise of a lot of aberrant behavior. And I think it's all based on we don't have a living wage in this country anymore that can afford, what is it, $425,000 house in Spokane County. We're completely out of whack. The wealthy are taking an exorbitant amount, paying less taxes, and that burden has fallen on the poor, the middle class, and just the average American. We need to right that. We need to fix our regressive tax system here, and we need to get jobs that allow mother and father to come home from work and know they're not going to lose their home. They're going to have enough money for health care and food and clothing so they can engage in their children's lives, they can get engaged in their community, and they can attend events like this. So that's where we got to work on. We got to focus on that. We have to rebuild our middle class. And if we don't do that, we're not going to solve the housing issue. We're going to see things like Camp Hope over and over again. So yeah, it's all hands on deck right now.
Tim, we have a few extra minutes, and so I'm wondering, is there anything else you'd like to share about yourself, your experience, or things you feel strongly about?
No, I got all day. I don't know how long these people can sit here.
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about my shirt that I'm wearing here. I've been wearing this shirt to as many events as I can. This is a historical photo. You can Google it. The gentleman in the center of this shirt is a man named August Landmesser, Landmesser. August is in Hamburg in 1936 in a shipyard, and this is a small photo of a large crowd at a Nazi rally. Everybody in this picture has their hand in the air in allegiance to a man and a national party. Everyone but one, August. August is married to a Jewish woman, has 2 half-Jewish children, and as the Nazi movement grows, he'll be sent to prison to be re-educated and be told to give up his wife and kids, and when he refuses, he's sent to the front and he's killed. Now, I wear this shirt as an inspiration of an act, and I don't want to lionize or idolize the man, although this man certainly deserves our respect and our admiration, but it's the act I want to focus on. It's an act that standing, no matter how many people are telling you you are wrong, how many people that are telling you that you're on the wrong side, when you stand true to your convictions and you stand for others, which is what he's doing, whether that's civil rights, labor rights, women's rights, or just human rights, you're always on the right side. In this photo, and it's a huge crowd, everybody with their hand in the air is on the wrong side of history. And I don't think that's in dispute. I want to tell you one more thing that's really poignant to me, and because I know I'm in an uphill battle. I know a lot of people in Eastern Washington don't vote Democratic, don't believe in the Democratic platform, and believe a lot of lies about who I am and what I stand for. There's a book called Night by Eli Wiesel, and that's another book about the Holocaust. And in this book, they describe a man, his name is Moishi, and he warns the town of the danger that's coming. Moishi isn't native to this town, and so when the Germans do arrive, they load all non-native people onto a train. And because he's not native, nobody says anything, and all those non-native people are taken out. A few weeks later, Moishi returns, and he tells them this story. The train took him a short ways, unloaded him onto trucks. The trucks drove him to the woods, forced the people to dig a ditch, and then they shot them all. Moishi survived. He pretended to be dead. He crawled out. He came back to the village, and he told them that story. And they said, "You're lying, you're making it up, you're crazy, and you're scaring people, and you need to go." And of course, the people wouldn't listen, and they were consumed in the Holocaust. That's the kind of misinformation we're up against today. When we have people saying that the enemy is the press, is the enemy of the people, that's dangerous. I hope to continue this discussion later. I see that I'm out of time, and I would love to talk to any of you about it and discuss anything that's on your mind. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Let's give Ted a hand. Thank you, Ted. afterwards, that would be fine.
Sure.
I need to talk with just our coordinator. Pam, are we ready to move on to the next race? Because I see Lonnie Williams is here.
He is here. Let me just check and make sure Suzanne didn't show up.
Oh, in case Suzanne showed up, okay.
And then
So
we'll-
take just a minute here to. Again, it's nice to have all of you that are here in person and online. This is a real informative event. So, Lonnie, just hang tight a second. They are seeing if Suzanne may have come in. So, what you got, Pam?
Let's go with Lonnie.
Okay. Lonnie, why don't you come up? We are now going to, Lonnie is running for the 7th Legislative District, position 1, Lonnie Ray Williams. His opponent, Jacqueline Maycumber, was unable to attend, but we are so glad that you were able to attend today. So, welcome. And so why don't we start right away here? Could you tell us, Lonnie, why you're running for state representative?
First off, thank you for everyone who showed up. Half the battle is showing up. If we don't show up, we can't fight for anything. So thanks for showing up and doing your part, and I'm showing up to do my part. This started about a year ago. My wife and I were on the steps of the Capitol in Olympia, standing up and fighting for individuals, some doctors and nurses who had just been fired for their own personal medical choices. And this was something we were very passionate about. My wife and I have been passionate about rights for a long time. We write a publication called The Pamphlet. We talk about our founding fathers. And we talk about little-known stories throughout our history, like Sybil Ludington, a 16-year-old girl who rode twice as far as Paul Revere. And we do that so that our children understand that there's value in their history and that there are people in history that they can relate to. Because we believe that our children and their generation will either save this great country or they will preside over its demise. And right now, as we look around at many of these events we've been going to, that's one of the things we're missing is our youth. Where are our children? Where are the 20-somethings? Where are the 30-somethings? Where is this young generation who is not inspired to get involved in politics, who is not inspired because they don't feel like they're allowed to participate? So during the course of this, my wife and I were standing up and handing out our pamphlet and trying to get other people to run and trying to get other people to stand up for their liberties and freedom. And we had a lot of individuals come to me and say, hey, you know the Constitution, you're a man of faith, you're a stand-up guy, why don't you run? And I'm like, well, that's why I'm writing the pamphlet, so that I can inspire other people to run. And after hearing this for several times and finally approaching the representative that we have and saying, hey, we were at the Capitol and we're standing up for liberty and freedom, what are you going to do? And the answer was, I'm not going to do anything for those people. I knew right then and there I could not stand up for our nation. And that's what motivated me to start on this path.
Thank you, Lonnie. What are the 3 issues that you would be working on at the state level that would impact the people you represent here in Spokane?
Thank you very much for that question again. Boy, there's only 3 I can talk about. There's so many things, but the number one thing that I'm standing for is parents are the primary stakeholders of their children's lives. If we cannot agree that our parents have the right to raise their children in their own way, their own tradition, in their own faith, without government interference, nothing else is worth fighting for. Our founding fathers came across the pond to raise their families in their own way. And that is the liberty that we were given. And if we don't have a government, if we don't have a conservative leadership that understands that parents are the primary stakeholders of their children's lives, nothing else that we fight for is worth fighting for. Beyond that, the second thing is making sure that education dollars follow our students. Instead of funding failing institutions, we want that money to go to students. So that means that $18,000, if you want to go to homeschool, you can homeschool. You want to go to charter school, go to charter school. Private school, fine. Catholic school, fine. It doesn't matter. The point is that parents want their children to be taught, and they will seek out the best education for their children. So we want to empower them. And lastly, we're in the greatest crisis of our lifetimes. in the 7th district has over 1 million acres of agricultural land and far more food than we know what to do with. There is no reason in the world we should be suffering right now for want of food to feed our own people when we're growing it right here. So my number 3 priority is to make sure we feed ourselves. Because if we don't feed ourselves, who's going to feed America? Because that's what we've been doing. So we need to keep our farms going. We need to get government out of the way of the farmers and let the farmers do what they do best.
Thank you. Of those 3 issues, what is your tip-top priority? Can you give us a little more color about your highest priority?
My number 1 priority is, of course, parents are the primary stakeholders of their children's lives. And this is all about rights. The number 1 priority, I've heard a lot of number 1 priorities about a lot of individuals here, and that's great for what they're running on, but the number 1 priority of all of our elected officials, no matter who they are, is to preserve your rights. If they do not understand that, they're not our politician. Whether they have a D or an R, if they do not understand that the Constitution is their guiding principles and that rights of the individual is what they must uphold, then they're not our person. So that must be the litmus test. So I'm very passionate about natural rights. These are rights that cannot be taken away. Article 1, Section 1 of our Constitution, state constitution, one of the best constitutions in the country, by the way, most protective, if we had the legislators who stood up for it, says that all political power is inherent in the people. That's all, 100%. There is no other power than that. 1 plus 1 does not equal 2 in this case. There's only that power. So if I don't have the power to tell you to sit down, shut up, put a mask on, and inject this, our government can't do that to us either. We cannot give away power that we don't have. So the litmus test for all laws must be, can I tell my neighbor that? If the answer is no, then neither can our government. So rights, personal freedom, personal responsibility, and our Constitution is the number 1 priority. And I will never vote for a bill that I haven't read, and I will never vote for a bill that's not constitutional.
Thank you, Lottie, for, let's see, there's, one more question. We have enough time, I think, Pam. Yep. Is there anything else that you'd like to share? We'll give you another 3 minutes to, anything that you'd like to share to add to your comments.
Thank you. The number 1 thing that I want you all to remember right now is we're Americans. We're already going through the most critical, difficult time of our lives. We were born for this moment. The Lord believes in us. Whether we believe in ourselves or not is irrelevant. He believes in us. So understand that we were put here for this moment. And although not everybody else may fully understand the things that are coming our way right now, we must. We must stand for everybody. We must get involved. And I want each and every one of you to consider running for office. I'm just an average, everyday guy. But I'm the only one who challenged in the 7th. There should be 3 for every position, in all elected positions. My goal, if you elect me, is to find a better person to replace me. And that should be the goal of each and every elected official that we send up. Because if I can find someone better than me to run, you win. And I win. And I can go back to my family, my pigs, my farm, and those sort of things, and deliver delicious pigs to you guys. And that's what I'd like to do, but my country needs me, and your country needs you. Thank you for showing up here. This is the most important thing you can be doing today. And God bless you, and God bless all those who stand for liberty and freedom.
Okay, thank you. The next one we have on the slate here is Public Utility District. Pam, would you?
I don't know if she's here.
Okay. So we will take a break, and when our candidate, she is scheduled for 1:05, and so if she arrives earlier, we will reconvene. I expect that we'll have a break of at least 20 minutes here, and then we will start again. Please enjoy visiting with each other. There are, again, candidates in the next room, and lots of interesting people in this room. So thank you for being here. Until they are done, then we thank them both. It takes courage to run for political office and to be in political office, and so we're respectful and we thank every candidate. The 4th Legislative District, Position 2, we have 2 candidates, Rob Chase and Leonard Christian. And we want to hear from both of them. Nice to have you, both of you here, gentlemen. And let's start out with some questions, and I'd like to maybe start with you, Leonard. Tell me why you're running for state representative.
Well, I'm running for state representative because, quite honestly, I was able to accomplish more when I was there in 2014 in 2 months than my opponent has in 2 years. I was able to get a bill passed out of the legislature. It got signed by the governor. It's out there protecting people's data and security now. I believe that I have the skills to get along with people there. That's what it takes in Olympia to be able to get along with people, to be able to serve my constituents and be able to be effective over there.
Good. Rob, same question. Why are you running for state representative? I know you're the incumbent.
I wasn't expecting any trick questions.
Yeah, you know. Oh, go ahead.
Look, I'm running because I am the incumbent, and I think I have done a good job, in my 2 years there. And I do kind of object to my opponent saying he got more done in 2 months than I did in 2 years. He had one bill that was already written for him just to drop in the hopper. And, it had to do with not a lack of transparency, I think, actually exempting proceedings from cities that were annexing neighborhoods into the city, that you couldn't do public records requests. I would probably have voted against that, but it passed unanimously, so there may be more to that story than I know of. But I do really push for transparency in everything. I think when I was there, I did a good job. I introduced 17 bills in 2 years, 15 of which I wrote, and I co-sponsored over 130 bills when I was there, and a lot of them, there were some Democrats that signed on to those too. I met with anybody who wanted to meet with me. I had a good voting record as far as attendance. I never missed a vote, whether it was on committee or on the floor. So I think I did all I could, and I kept engaged with the public, and I've backed whatever, at least even had town halls on things that I thought were of concern to the people in the 4th District.
Okay, thank you, Rob. On the second question, we'll start with you, Rob. What are the 3 issues that you would be working on at the state level that will impact the people you represent in Spokane?
Well, I believe we've got to get back to knowing our vote counts. I think that's one of the big ones. Our republic is lost if we don't have confidence our vote counts. And I read a book called Black Box Voting because I do a lot of research for the public when these issues come up. And it was written in 2003 by Bev Harris, a Democrat from King County. She was upset because over George Bush Jr., I guess, defeating Al Gore. And she looked into it and found out that both parties were able to manipulate computers and vote counts. And, it wasn't just ballot harvesting like they have, it was electronics. She says, and up to even in 2003, there's no computer that can't be hacked. And it's even worse now. I mean, hacking is always a step ahead of those people that are trying to catch it. And it keeps changing all the time. So, I'm not accusing Vicki Dalton of cheating, as my opponent said the other night, but she could miss something, and she would have no idea. Black box means you have data go into the black box, you have output come out, but what happens in between? Because the people that make the voting machines own the source code. You can't get in there, it's not transparent because it was proprietary rights to the source code. So there could be backdoors in there. There could be logic in there that might disappear after, before the votes could be counted. So it's just not a good system. I think we need to get back to paper.
Okay, did you want to get the other 2? No, you have more time. Go ahead.
Okay. There is like 30 seconds or 1 minute.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then I think the other thing is I did a lot of research on was the Snake River dams. I want to hear both sides. I had constituents that we need to maintain the salmon runs that were here, that we've inherited. And their belief was that these runs are actually dying off, and if they do die off, then the tribes say that's a violation of the 1855 Walla Walla Treaty that guaranteed us salmon. If you could do something about it by breaching the dams, then we need to look at doing that. But researching, I did talk to the tribes, and they say the best thing we could do, initially anyway, there's thousands of sea lions that weren't natural here before that are down there at the mouth of the Columbia. They chase the salmon past the Bonneville Dam, and they eat maybe up to half the catch. So before we ever think of breaching any dams, why don't we let the tribes harvest the seals? And they got markets for pet food in China and seal skin and other things too. So that'd be the best thing. And I think the third one would be restoring police powers to the police. And that's why I'm supporting initiatives from Let's Go Washington, because the first one has to do with restoring police pursuit.
Thank you. Leonard, what are the 3 issues that you'd be working on at the state level that would impact the people that you represent in Spokane?
Well, thank you for the question. And I would like to address the fact that, yes, I was given that bill. However, there was a lot of bills out there that folks were offering up, and that's the one I chose to go forward with, and that's the one I championed and made it happen. My own component here said he wrote 15 of his 17. That means he was probably given those 2 bills. He could not even get one of them out of committee. He could not get one bill that he sponsored out of his own committees. So I think that goes to show that I'm very effective, and nothing less than 2 months was able to get it done. As far as the elections go, we keep hearing this about the machines are hackable. To hack a machine, you have to have a wire going into it, some kind of a network going into it, or some kind of an airwave receiver in that machine for somebody to get into that machine. So if there's a standalone machine, it's not connected to the internet or any other thing. I was in the Air Force. I was a security manager. One of my jobs in the Air Force was to look at computer security. If you think our elections is a problem, you should see the security we had to do to protect the United States of America. And when we have a computer that is not hooked up in any way, shape, or form to the internet, any dial-in modem, or any airwave modem, that machine cannot be hacked unless somebody is at that machine with physical software to do so. Our voting machines are not connected to the internet, and they don't have internet available as far as Wi-Fi on them. So if it's going to be hacked, somebody's going to be doing it from inside there, and I don't see that happening. So I'll address that. As far as my 3 important topics, I'll be looking at safety for our community. I'm going to be championing a new jail for Spokane. I think our population has grown by 140,000 people, yet our jail cells have not increased. In fact, they're getting ready to decrease. Now, growing up, I have, as a father, I have children. I had a big stick. I hated to use it. But I had it, and my children knew that I was going to spank their butt if they did something wrong. I do believe a jail is nothing different. I would love to have the biggest, most beautiful jail in the entire state and not have to use it. But if it's there, it's a deterrent. Just like our nuclear weapons, in the United States Air Force, we had nuclear weapons. We never want to use them, but they're a deterrent to keep the other people from wanting to do that. I believe a jail is the same way. If you have a bed available, we'll have less crime. So that's one of the things I'll be working on. I'll be working on other projects, hopefully transportation to get some of the problems in our district, so we represent the 4th. So we have some issues with roads crossing railroad tracks, causing a lot of traffic, cars sitting there idling, polluting the air. So we need to be able to get some of those things done in our own district.
Okay, Leonard, we'll start with you again on this last question. Would you like to give us any more color on one of your top priorities? This is anything more that you'd like to say on one of your top priorities?
Sure. So one of our predecessors was one of the top people on transportation, and he was not able to get our North-South Freeway funded. That's one of the things I'd like to be able to work on. I'd love to be on the Transportation Committee. I would like to make sure that before my hearse needs to go down that North-South Freeway, that it's complete. Might be sooner, I hope and pray. But that's one of the things I'll be focusing on, and also working with the law enforcement. There's too many people in Olympia that create laws that impact law enforcement. They don't talk to law enforcement and ask them how that law will impact them. I have a really good working relationship with Sheriff Ozzie, also now with John Knowles, and I'm going to be asking them, before I vote on any bill that affects policing, I'll be talking to them first. How will that stop them or hurt them from doing their job? Like our pursuit bill. The police right now cannot pursue a criminal. Even if they see an activity going on, they can't do anything about it if that person chooses to run. And that's what needs to be changed in our Olympia this year.
Okay, thanks. And Rob, if you'd like to highlight one of the priorities, add a little more color.
Well, I think I did talk about my 3 priorities, and to answer Leonard's assertion, you have to have a wire connected to a computer. We have Bluetooth technology nowadays, and you can hack into anything. In fact, I did see a video in 2016 with Bev Harris, and she was sitting with a county clerk in North Carolina, and he hacked a machine. He hacked a vote up in Alaska, from there. And in fact, I did a lot of research on this. I drove over to Snohomish County and also to Skagit County, and on my own time and dime, and went over to Montana too, where the same guys were talking there. And they said they saw there's 46,000 phantom votes in the state of Montana through their projections, but there's only 3 counties that actually fit their projections, and the 3 of those counties had no internet. So, that's why it can be done. And I did try to get a hold of Bev Harris, but I think she's in hiding. Even, trying to hire a private detective to talk to her to find out more about her book and where things are at nowadays. So, but if you say this, there's only one narrative they want. I questioned on the floor, in fact, I emailed both houses to Kim Wyman, the Republican Secretary of State. I said, Kim, watch these 3 videos that we did in state line, and if you see what I see, we need to decertify the 2020 elections. Well, about a couple weeks later, she resigned and went to work for the Biden administration. And then I did the same thing with Secretary of State Hobbs. I didn't hear anything back, of course. And but then about a few weeks later, the governor had at the request of the governor, a bill. Anybody questioning the 2020 elections would be guilty of a misdemeanor and lose their office too. And there was actually 5 Democrat senators that jumped on that. And I thought, well, we both took an oath to the Constitution. Did you skip the First Amendment or Article 1, Section 5 of the Washington State Constitution, which guarantees us the right to freedom of speech? So, it's becoming, I was laughed at the Spokane Review thing for saying there is a deep state. There actually is a deep state. You have to be blind not to see it. And the problem is if that takes over, then what they want is a global government. We can kiss our republic goodbye.
Okay, we have some extra time, and so I'm wondering if there's any last thing you'd like to share. There's going to be a 3-minute that each of you can have. Let's start with you. Anything, free for all, 3 minutes. What would you like to talk about?
Okay, so I appreciate my opponent's ideas on the election. I'm not going to be here saying that I know all the other states' election. All I can say is I've observed Washington State's process. I've been down to the county. I've watched ballots count. And you can't hack into a machine unless it's got a Bluetooth receiver in it. You can't hack into it unless it has a wireless receiver in that machine. You just can't throw sparks at it and think it's going to accept that. You have to have something in that machine that receives it. So your cell phones obviously do. Most laptops do, obviously, and most desktops do. But the computers are using there, and the voting county machines that run the tabulations, the papers through, they do not have Wi-Fi. They literally put a thumb drive in the machine. It puts the results. They take it into a computer room that has a computer standing alone all by itself that's not connected anywhere in a secure room. Plug that thumb drive in and download that from each of the machines in there. Watch the process many times. So I believe Washington State's process is very secure. If there's other issues, maybe the voting rules, things like that, we could have those issues. But as far as the actual machines go, I do believe they're secure, and I do encourage you to vote because your vote will be counted. The other thing would be is that I believe, like President Reagan did, you should trust but verify. So one of the bills I'll be running this year will be that we randomly hand recount one precinct in one race for each county. It's not going to cost a lot of money. That's about 1,400 votes total. The parties can submit, we want this race in this precinct. We'll flip a coin, take their precinct from the D's and one race from the R's. We'll go out and pull the hand papers out, recount them. If they don't match the machine, now we got an argument. If they do, it'll go a long way in stopping the deniers from thinking our system is not a good system. And I believe that being totally random takes care of a lot of the cheating, if there was any at that point. So as far as myself goes, I do believe the only way to be effective in Olympia is to treat everyone with love and respect there, whether you agree with them or not. And that's how come I was able to get a bill passed, because I just didn't let issues come up. It's the same way I deal with my real estate career. If I had another agent get upset about a door color or something, I don't let that bother me. We just deal with the facts. I know it's not a personal attack. It's an issue that around the transaction. The same thing is about Olympia. There's a lot of good Republicans, there's a lot of good Democrats over there. They may just have a different misguided thought on a bill. Well, I'll never be able to share my thoughts on that bill unless they respect me and want to work with me.
Thank you, Leonard. And Rob, last 3
Yeah,
minutes.
another major issue that hasn't been addressed is COVID. And I also read Robert Kennedy's book. It took me 3 months to read it. I've never seen a book so detailed and footnoted in my life. And I mentioned that to a representative across the aisle on our tour of the dams. And he said, oh, well, Robert Kennedy's an idiot. Well, no, he's a very intelligent man, much more intelligent than you and I put together. I said, but if that's your stance, the discussion's over. Where do you go from there? But if you go to page 20 of his book, it's right there. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine did work. And they worked in my anecdotally life. Several friends of mine followed the COVID protocols and they died. They went to the hospital and they died. People I gave ivermectin to recovered, right away. And Robert Kennedy says they had to demonize ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine because if it proven there was a natural treatment that worked, then there's no reason for the emergency orders. And if they didn't have the emergency orders, then they could not make the billions of dollars Big Pharma off of the supposed vaccinations that they were marketing all over the place. So the whole COVID thing and our reaction to it caused a lot more collateral damage than any good that possibly came out of it, except maybe by learning from experience. I was in the military, remember 1976, Army Reserves, and we all had to take the swine flu shot because we were military property. We belonged to the government, our bodies did. But when 26 people had died of the shot, they shut the whole thing down. And if you look at VAERS, at least tens of thousands of people, even children, have died of the vaccination. So I think we need to have open discussion, open inquiry to talk these things, but one side has totally been shut down and censored by the press. And I doubt anybody from the Spokes Review or Inlander has read Robert Kennedy's book or Bev Harris's book either. So I guess, is this our salutation now? Or,
This is your salute if you'd like.
Okay, well, anyway, I think I am running because I've been a good representative. I'm on the Children, Youth, and Family Committee, the Finance Committee, and the Community Economic Development Committee. I wish I could be on all the committees. I'm not on the Transportation Commission, but I wasn't. In fact, there was a lady that was at the Republican Party booth who doesn't really like me that was saying I voted against the Pines road grade separation. And the city of Spokane Valley gave us an award for our support of the Pines road grade separation too. So anyway, please have an open mind, read about both of us, and make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you both for your help. Did you got the last comment in there?
I was hoping to say.
You can say that. Go ahead.
So I'm a letter Christian. I just wanted to thank the church for opening their doors and the pastor for having enough guts to stand up and get engaged into politics. And I just want to encourage everyone to please vote November 8th. And if you want to know anything more about me, it's leonardchristian.com. Everything you need to know is right there. Phone number, everything. I'd love to talk with you. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Just to remind you again, we mentioned this at the beginning of the day, but next Saturday at 9 o'clock, Valley Assembly, there will be another forum. And that will be from about 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock. It will also be aired online. So we have a lot of online things. Thanks to our candidates, both candidates, for coming. Now, do we have our PUD candidate?
I'll have to go look. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
No,
We
she's
don't.
not here.
Okay. So we have a decision to make at this point, and I will defer to Pam Pratt, who has been organizing. Would we like to wait for our county sheriff, because they are due to come in here at 2 o'clock, which is 45 minutes. We did have a PUD race with someone coming. Would you like to wait until they come at 2 o'clock, and we'll reconvene?
Yeah, because I don't think anybody else is here yet.
Okay, so we will reconvene. It'll be either 2 o'clock. If they come in earlier, we may convene a little bit earlier than that. Please enjoy visiting with one another. Thank you.
And thank you, Mike.
Hey, sure, sure. who is in the sound booth. Wave your hands, George.
Thanks, George.
He's been coordinating all our online today, and I appreciate somebody that knows what they're doing in that area. It is 2 o'clock, and we are now moving to the candidates for county sheriff. We have Wade Nelson. Welcome. Nice to have you, Wade. And we have John Knowles, or a substitute for John Knowles, but I have not seen that person here yet. So, Wade, you're going to get the whole form today for this segment. And so, nice to have you with us.
Thank you.
Here's what we're going to do. We have 3 questions that you've gotten, and then I'm going to have a 4th one where you'll get a chance to just be a little freer and just share what you'd like to. But let's start with this question. What is your duty to the citizens as it relates to the Constitution in the role of sheriff?
Yeah, so the sheriff is probably one of the most important roles. By the way, thank you for having me here. Sorry, it's been a day. I've been going from place to place. You know, it's busy, but I really appreciate you guys letting me be here today. The sheriff is probably one of the most important roles that you will elect within your county. They have the highest law enforcement authority within that county. As it comes to the Constitution, it's really our role as the sheriff to truly protect your constitutional rights and uphold them. And then we're also supposed to make our community safer. I mean, that's really what the sheriff's role is to uphold the Constitution, make sure your rights are secure within each individual person, and then make our community safe so we can all live, work, and recreate within the community that we, as citizenry, want to enjoy. Obviously, legislation and things like that within our state have caused some problems for us. But as your sheriff, you know, when I get in there, which my goal is to do that very heartily, I feel we need some change. I feel we need some positive change. And I feel I can be the person that brings that to our community. But when it comes to the Constitution, I'm 100% behind it. It's what governs our country. And it's sad that I live right now at a time that I've gotten the question so many times. So are you a constitutional person? Are you going to be a constitutional sheriff? I look back at that person and say, we all should be constitutional citizens, constitutional. So it's sad that I have to explain and say that, yes, I support our Constitution 100%, but that's where we are today. Our country's kind of divided, and it's sad. So yes, I am 100% a constitutional supporter.
Thank you, Wade. How has legislation that's been passed in the last few years affected law enforcement's ability to keep the citizens safe?
Yeah, obviously within our state, there's a lot of issues with our legislation. The recent laws that have gone through, particularly pertaining to our drug possession, and then even more recently is the pursuit policies and things like that we have going on out there. It's a little disheartening from the law enforcement side, but I think it's also just as disheartening from being a citizen of this county too, for many reasons. Most of our crime, especially our property crime, and even a lot of our domestic violence and things like that, root themselves in a drug addiction problem within our community. We really have a bad problem. By making it where I can't arrest people, which it isn't 100% gone, by the way, but it just makes it very complicated to do. If you're not manufacturing or if you're not selling, but you're just using, it makes it really hard for us to arrest you for the drugs. It really does. And that, unfortunately, affects everything throughout with all the crime that builds up on that, because most people who get on these kind of hard drugs, they need a fix every 2 to 5 hours depending on what they're on. Their life has already spiraled out of control. They're at a point where the only way they're able to do this, because they can't hold jobs down anymore, their families already broke up. Most of them are starting to live on the streets or, 2 steps away from living on our streets. So the only way they can fix it and get their fix is to steal and do crime to get the stuff to trade for the very substance they need. So that's something as a community we're going to have to address. But the laws that we've passed in this state have made it complicated for us to address that. So it does increase a complication on us. Does not mean, though, as the sheriff, I still have a responsibility to work within it and find a way around it and be innovative in how I do it so that I can still serve this community and still keep it safe. And we have some good ideas on how we're going to try to, garner that. The other one of the big ones is our pursuit law. That's a big one. When they made it, that basically, pretty much in a nutshell, it has to be like a DUI, a violent felony, or a sex kind of crime to do a pursuit. So a guy could go into any store, any business you may own, grab $500 worth of stuff, get out of that store. As long as he gets in his car and takes off, we're probably not going to pursue. We may start it, but as soon as he is failing to yield or stopping, we're not going to continue that pursuit unless there was a violent assault. We know there's going to be some type of violent crime down the road, or he's going to kill somebody or something like that. So that's probably one of the more hand-tying things that have come from us just being able to catch the actual crooks out there. Because property crime is out of control in our community. Most people, like the violent crime, is starting to get more out of control. I've watched the news a lot, and we have a lot more stabbings, shootings, things like that are occurring. But most people don't get touched by that. Most people get touched by the property crimes that are going on. Most people become that kind of victim. And that is what's resonating through, which in turn makes it so that we can't, mitigate that problem, because all they have to do is get in the car and go. And I can't chase them. So it's a really broken system. So I hope, with the initiatives that are out there right now, which if you guys haven't, I'm sure a lot of people will know what are out there, but there's some things that need to be overturned, and they're going to look at to get that done. So the initiatives are very important, because if we can get those back to where they were before, we can definitely fight property crime at a much higher level.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What issue would you consider to be the top priority of something you would tackle as the county sheriff?
So this is kind of one of the main reasons why I am running for sheriff, to be honest with you. Everything that you're experiencing as a community, everything that our department is having internal, morale issues and things like that with, all stems from truly one main problem, and that is our staffing levels. It really does. Because without the staffing, we don't have the ability to respond to assist the public. And if any of you have ever called Crime Check or experienced the delay in time from the sheriff's office to get there, you will understand what I'm talking about. And a lot of times, if it's a misdemeanor crime, you're probably not even going to come. You're going to get to do maybe a Crime Check report. And that's not okay with me. When I started, over 20 years ago, we went to every call, every kind of crime, we were there. We don't do that anymore. Why is that? Because the person that I'm running against and the current staff have not done their due diligence to get our department to a level that we can give service to the community. And people will say, well, the commissioners, they didn't give the money. There's all these excuses that I hear. And I agree. The commissioners have a part in this as well. 100%. They're the funding part of this. But it's been literally 12 years, really, since our recession they want to talk about was happening. Obviously, there's issues that go along, but in this 12-year period since 2010, we have added nobody until this year. This election year, all of a sudden, we got like 19 positions added. They said we got a great contract this year, and now we're getting even with our comparables. I agree, that's a great thing, and I am so happy that it happened. But why, as leaders, were we not doing this incrementally from the very beginning? If we just added 5 officers a year, deputies a year, for the last 12 years, we'd have more people on the road than we do today. And then if they still want to do a balloon, it'd be great. Because we are currently, right now, on the road, running around as 220 officers. That's what they have out there for our population, which puts us at about 0.7 deputies to 1,000. They just got authorized to hire more this year, and they're saying, okay, we just filled all these positions. It's about roughly 20 more. I think they're saying it's about 240 officers we'll have total. What they don't tell you is we just hired those in the last couple of months, because this is when it happened. A brand new hire is going to take a year and a half to get on the road to be serving. Our laterals is about 3 months. So even though we say we're at this level now, we're really not. We're still way behind that 8 ball. And my thing is lack of leadership, lack of vision, lack of preparedness, because it isn't a secret that Spokane's been growing, especially these last 7 years. We've been skyrocketing. Companies are coming here, big companies, because they know we are a growing mecca of this region. You know, my wife and I were in real estate. We had some rentals and things like that. I saw the things come out a long time ago. That's why we bought the rentals where we bought them, because we knew that was the area Spokane was going to grow the biggest. And it benefited us well. You know why? Because I look at the data, I make a plan, and I understand what needs to happen to go forward. And that's what they failed you at. Because we have such low staff, it makes a ripple effect through everything we touch. Meaning your service levels, our homelessness is out of crime, you're out of control, sorry. When you call, I'm telling you, it's going to be 45 minutes, up to even an hour sometimes for us to get there on a serious crime. So really think about that. And if you've experienced it, you know. So I really want to put a fresh set of eyes, my eyes, on this problem. I will surround myself with very good men and women who understand the problems of this city. I will coordinate with every leader in this community so that we all get on the same page and understand that safety comes first for our community. Because without the safety, we can do all the pretty roads, the pretty parks, the pretty everything. But if you don't feel comfortable walking out in the day to go enjoy it, what's the point? So we need to fix things in this session if they need to be done. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Here's the bonus question. We have time for this. Is there anything else that you'd like to share? This is kind of your time to be free.
To be free?
Yeah.
All right.
Share what you'd like to.
So here's the thing, and I'm just going to be blunt and honest with you. I'm running for sheriff because I live here. And I know people say, well, that's a cliche or whatever, but I raised my family here. My beautiful wife and I chose this as our community. Our kids are now here. We now have grandkids here. And it's sad to me because I've been a cop here for almost 21 years, and I've seen how our community has really changed. The crime levels have gotten really out of control. I mean, back when I first started, I think you maybe had 3 to 4 shootings a year in our community. And where are we at today? You're seeing one almost every week on the news. Almost every week. That's unacceptable. And it's law enforcement's fault. It's our community leaders' fault that we're here. So I think we need to put people in the right positions that are willing to step up, put fresh eyes on the problem, and find a way to fix this for our community. Because if we don't, we're just going to keep going down the same path we have. And I'm telling you right now, the gentleman I'm running against has been in the command staff position for 7 years. He's been an undersheriff for 4 of those years. He's been in the decision-making process for our department for a very long time. And here we are. So when you look at, well, he says, well, look, we've hired all these people. It happened. The commissioners let it happen. Great. But you look in the future and you look past what someone's done, and they're going to say in the future I'm going to do more and better. But you look at the track record of what they've already done. Look at what they've done to where we are. See where our service levels are. See where our manpower levels are. See how your safety feels. And tell me if you want to continue down that road. If you do, then I would say vote for my opponent. But if you want to change and you want a good set of positive eyes that is very community-oriented, that wants to make this place better for you, then please vote for me. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Very good, Wayne. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Pam, as our organizer, would you like us to move on to prosecuting attorney? I see Mr. Haskell is here. Yeah, okay. Let's probably get this. We'll just take about 30 minutes, and then Larry will have you come here in just a minute. Pam is going to get our signs in. Just to let you know that Larry Haskell found time to come. Thank you. And Deb Conklin was unable to attend, and so I think with that, we come on up, Larry. Come on. We're going to give you the platform here. Larry Haskell, running for Spokane County Prosecutor. He is the incumbent, and we welcome you here today. Thank you for coming. We know this is a busy season. There's a hot mic there, and it's one that it's green, yeah. And before you greet people, I'd just like to give you our first question too. Why are you running for prosecuting attorney? And then you can greet our audience. We have an online audience as well.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation and the event. It is always a pleasure, whether you're running for office, but even as the elected, it's really good to get in and talk to people, because what you find out is that the media doesn't do a very good job of telling you the facts without the spin. And I view education of the public as one of the primary functions. It's not listed on the list of to-dos usually in terms of official duties, like my duties are embodied in RCW 3627. There's 13 of them, but educating the public isn't necessarily in there. But I'll tell you, if we don't make efforts as public officials to do that, to share information, to share the real problems and challenges that we deal with, then it's not going to help you. And it doesn't help you make good decisions at election time either. So I'm running for prosecuting attorney for a third, and unfortunately I have to tell you, this is the last time that I'm going to run. I did a full career in the United States Air Force, with the exception of 3 years active duty that I did post 9/11 as a volunteer. And I started as a deputy prosecutor in 1998, and except for that 3-year stint, I've been in prosecution ever since. I love the job. I love the work. I love the people of Spokane County, and I have a vested interest in making sure that collectively we do as a team, because the elected leaders that Mr. Nelson's talking about, the Board of County Commissioners, if we don't provide public safety as a first priority, then nothing really beyond that matters much. And I have the privilege of running the largest law firm. If you look at the prosecutor's office as a law firm, I have the privilege of running the largest law firm in Eastern Washington. We are way bigger than the United States Attorney's Office, and even the little satellite offices of some of the major law firms in the state are not as big as we are. 150 plus people work for my office. About half of those are lawyers, the other half are legal office assistants, paralegals, and victim advocates. So we have a lot of people that work for us. And again, I love the work. This is a very challenging time. One of the reasons I'm running is, contrary to what my opponent will tell you if she were here, and that is, it's not the time to change from a very experienced person who's done prosecution since 1998, minus those 3 years, and who's been the elected for the last 8. It's not time to give that over to somebody that practiced in the law as a deputy prosecutor 35 years ago for 4 years and then left the law. So with the climate of lawlessness that we have going on right now, and the bad soft on crime legislation that's been alluded to already coming out of Olympia, this is the time to keep the steady hand on the helm and pursue the rule of law, pursue true offender accountability and victim justice.
Thank you. Question number 2, Larry, how has legislation that's been passed in the last couple of years impacted the prosecuting attorney's office and what you do?
Quite a bit, actually. So the legislature has been, this isn't brand new, but 2021 they really took off. Over a period of years now, the legislature has been piece by piece dismantling the Sentencing Reform Act, which is the overall sentencing charging type of guidelines that they put together in the 1980s. It's been amended multiple times, so it's not like ancient and never been touched. It's amended frequently. But they recently, for instance, took away robbery in the second degree as a strike offense. What they didn't know or care was that we used to settle robbery 2 from a robbery 1, and oftentimes with one of these attached to it. And now we can't do that because it's not a strike anymore. And then the next year they made it retroactive. So now we're undoing all these 3 strikes cases that relied on a robbery in the second degree. And that's just the beginning. They're also now looking at second degree assault. That's going to be the next legislative assault. But 2021, they hit several bills that really affected us. So I put them kind of in an order, but anything that affects law enforcement affects my office, because if nothing else, it's going to change the way we advise. We advise the sheriff's office. We work with the Spokane police and the Airway Heights, Liberty Lake, and Cheney. And so it affects the entire dynamic, and most importantly, it affects you. If it affects law enforcement in my office, I guarantee it affects you as well. So it's worthy of paying attention to what's coming out of Olympia. The first one I wanted to talk about was ESB 5476, and that is the Blake fix. So we had this law that if you possessed drugs, it was what we call a strict liability crime. However, over time, there was a judicial kind of a buffer put in there, a instruction they could get that was an affirmative defense that says, if you have unwittingly possessed this, not my shirt, not my pants, not my socks, all those kinds of things that we've heard over the years that where people try to get out of a conviction, but that the Supreme Court overturned the Spokane County conviction in a bench trial by a judge who found that the defendant didn't prove unwitting possession and therefore was guilty of the crime. State Supreme Court took advantage of that, basically said the whole thing is unconstitutional, and oh, by the way, it has always been unconstitutional. So now we're constantly undoing all of those convictions that have happened for years. People in prison now getting out of prison because maybe if you had 8 PCS violations, possession of a controlled substance, then we're undoing those. So they may be jumping out of prison when maybe they shouldn't be. So that's a big one, and they're going to address that again because it's currently a misdemeanor. Law enforcement has to divert the first 2. Prosecutors are encouraged to not prosecute anyway. And the thing expires mid-next year, and if the legislature doesn't act on it, it goes back to a felony the way it was. Depending on who you talk to, the legislature could go the Oregon way, which is basically make it a criminal, rather an infraction. It's decriminalized but not legal. Or they could go back to making it a felony and actually putting some treatment, mandatory treatment in there, whichever way you go, if they don't get treatment, they're going to commit more crimes. There's a lot of studies and statistics that show that if they're out there and they're untreated, they're going to commit either violent crimes, property crimes, or both. The next one I want to talk about has already been alluded to by Mr. Nelson, and that is House Bill 1054. That's the one that changed a lot of things about the way the police do business, tactics, equipment, vehicular pursuits. Yikes. And what it is part of it is an opportunity for the legislature to de-escalate and make the officers delay, and in some cases make them hesitate, which what does that do? That shifts risk. Anytime an officer hesitates, risk has shifted from the accused or the suspect or the subject to the officer, particularly if it turns deadly. In addition, there's 2 others: juvenile access to attorneys when contacted by law enforcement. Now, if they're under the age of 18, they have to have an opportunity to have a lawyer, either in person, by phone. Used to be they could waive their rights if they were 12 or over. And then the other one is the electronic recordings of custodial interrogations. And if you don't have an exception and you don't have a good excuse, a judge gets to determine whether that statement comes in could actually make the case go in a different direction. So those are the ones that affected us, I believe, the most. There's others, and I brought copies to leave for you so that anybody that wants to make copies of these bills, I just printed the final bill report because it's actually written in plain English, because the law itself is not.
Okay. No, thank you for your informative answer there. On another term, with a subsequent term, what issue would be your top priority issue?
Well, I have the statistics, but I don't have them up here, unfortunately. But what I did before I got ready for the spokesman review interview there, forum that they had a couple nights ago, I got current information from the Spokane County Sheriff's Office on crime and averages over the last 5 years, and I got current information from the Spokane Police Department, and theirs was put together a little bit differently. They only have whether it's up or down over the last year. And then they gave me a little call for service slide on Camp Hope. 76.9% increase in calls for service at Camp Hope in the last 9 months. That's according to Spokane Police. Every major crime category, nearly, there's a couple that aren't, but pretty much everything that you care about, even property crimes, are up. And in some cases, they're dramatically up. We have more homicides right now assigned to my deputies than I have ever seen. And again, that's since 1998. We have more robberies. We have more burglaries. And every burglary, and I'll never forget this case that we had some years ago. When I was in the gang unit, there was one particular time that we had 3 of us trying cases that were third strike cases, and we all got guilty verdicts on the same day. We started at different days, but the juries came back the same day. One of them was a residential burglary that turned into a murder. Because unfortunately, the elderly gentleman that lived there was home. And what did they do? They killed him. So can a burglary turn into a murder? Real fast. So what is the most important issue? Crime is up. And my opponent in the spokesman review forum that we had just a couple nights ago kind of implied that, well, Haskell's tough on crime and he's filing a lot of felonies, but crime's still going up, like somehow I can control the whole thing. Okay? Takes a little bit more of a joint effort than that. And it all starts for the state in Olympia. And I can't not overemphasize that. They set the tempo for what happens in law enforcement, which sets the tempo for what we can do, and it sets the tempo for how you will be either positively or negatively impacted by what they have made the law of the state. And it's been abysmal. So the number one issue is the increase in crime. Now, my opponent kind of, like I said, implied that tough on crime makes more crime. I said, so I didn't say it, but here's the question I'm going to ask you. So does soft on crime make crime go away? Well, let's look at Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, all these communities that have fallen for the let's just do treatment options and prison is bad and that sort of thing. And I'll tell you, it doesn't work. And I will withstand the storm. In fact, very often in the county, I've kind of thought I was the one person that was standing up saying the rule of law, tough on crime. We offer more treatment alternatives than hospitals do, for crying out loud. We've got therapeutic courts almost of every nature, and we have diversion programs and, pay your restitution and out the door. But if you're a chronic offender in my community, or you are a violent offender in my community, I'm going to put a wall between you and the public that I serve. And that wall is 100% guaranteed that you won't commit another murder, you're not going to commit another burglary, and you can take all the advantage of all the wonderful programming at the Department of Corrections. So that's the number one priority for me. And just because the water gets rough doesn't mean you turn around and go home.
Okay, no thanks. Now this is the bonus time. This is your opportunity to share anything else that you'd like to share with our online audience as well as our in-house audience.
Well, I really covered most of it. I will leave you with those statistics because I do have those, and I'll leave you with these bill. It's called the final bill report for these things. And again, the reason I brought those and not the actual statute is it's a lot easier for a layperson to read. But I could go on a little bit more about the difference. The difference for the voters, I told this to the spokesman the other night. The choice for the voters is this. Do you turn the office over based on soft on crime and the offenders need more? They never even talk about victims. Victims have constitutional rights in our state. And there's actually a passage in the statute that says that those rights of victims should be pursued as aggressively as those of the accused. How often do you see a soft on crime person telling you about that? But it's in the law. Okay. So, but nonetheless, turn this office in this turbulent time from somebody who not only has the experience, but the gumption, the courage, the will to stand in the face of the soft on crime movement and say, no, not here. We're not going to do that here. But my opponent, 4 years of experience that ended in 1987, Ronald Reagan was president then, hasn't practiced law a day since, renewed her law license specifically to run against me, and is practicing law even right now. After she left the law, she went to the seminary and is now a pastor in in fact, I believe 2 United Methodist churches here in Spokane. Maybe she is a better minister than she was a prosecutor. So I hope that you see the logic in what I'm saying. I'm dedicated to this job. I'm dedicated to this community. I'm dedicated to the rule of law and accountability. And I'm dedicated to protect your constitutional rights and everybody else's. Equal application, equal protection. We prosecute conduct and nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, well, we're moving along in the day. Okay, yes, I saw, I saw Bob come in. Bob, you arrived, yes. Nice
Yes, I did.
Let me, just a few things before we bring you up. Bob, just to remind you, we've not had a break to share this announcement this afternoon. On Saturday, next Saturday, April 15th at Valley Assembly in the Spokane Valley, there will be another candidate forum. Some of the people and many that you've heard today will be there. The questions will be different, and we're looking forward to a good forum. I have been asked to moderate that one as well. And we also have in the foyer the 11 initiatives. If anybody would like to sign and any of those initiatives, those are there. And anything else we need to bring up, Pam, at this point?
Nope, I think we're good to go.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the Office of Spokane County Auditor. Vicki Dalton was unable to attend, but Bob McCaslin is here, and Bob, I'd like you to come on up. Nice to have you here. Thank you for making time for us. For our audience online and in here, we did give the candidates the questions in advance, and so they have opportunity to prepare. And Bob, it's nice to have you here. And I'm going to start before you greet people. I just want to give you the first question as well. Why are you running for county auditor? So go ahead, greet our group.
Well, basically, the whole decision-making process of running for state representative to begin with was my wolf. Did I just say a word that doesn't even exist? Sorry about that. My wife, Heather, and I had always made decisions together. And so when I was thinking of running for state representative, she wasn't a big fan of that. And so I said, okay, well, let's shelve that for right now. And then pretty soon she said, well, I'm going to give you my blessing. And the same thing has happened kind of in an opposite way this time, because I decided to run for county auditor just as something to pray about. And so starting over 2 years ago, I started praying about that. And so my wife, I went to my wife and said, Heather, what do you think? And she said, you would do that? And I said, sure. With your blessing, I think God is leading this way because of not just some of them, but all the problems that I'm seeing with our elections. And she said, well, what are you going to do about that? So she is the best person to ask those tough questions because she's fearless when it comes to that, and she loves me. And we've been married going on 34 years here in December. And so I decided to run for county auditor. And here's the reason why. We've got some real problems in the county auditor's office. And the number one issue for me, and it's always been an issue for me as a public servant, whether I was a kindergarten teacher or whether I was a state representative, was to be transparent about what I believed and what I would do while in office. And I just wasn't seeing that. Anytime somebody was questioning anything our present auditor did, they were brushed off, basically. And so I said, well, I can do a lot better because I don't have anything to hide. I want to serve. And and that this comes from a biblical perspective for me, because I came to know the Lord at Washington State University. If that's not a miracle, I don't know what is. It's not exactly a place where they encourage people to come to faith and see their lives get turned around. And that happened to me. And so, when I look at this, I say, well, what was Jesus' example for serving? And it's Mark 10:45. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. And so I want to follow Jesus' example, number one. And I want to be a person that is transparent with everything that happens while I'm state representative, all the way up to January 1st. And then from January 1st on, as county auditor, I want to make sure that our voter rolls are up to date. And I'm getting ahead of myself here. But I want to make sure that all ships in the harbor get elevated, because whether somebody's a Republican or a Democrat, as long as they're legally registered to vote and their address is accurate, they should be able to vote, and their vote should be counted no matter who they voted for or who they wrote in.
Thank you. Next, what are the three issues that you would be focusing on as auditor if you were to win that position?
That's a great question. So, almost 9 years ago, the legislature paid to have cameras put up in our auditor's office for transparency reasons. And one camera was put up in the ballot counting room. And you might think, well, okay then. Well, the problem is it's not hooked up to anything, and nobody can watch what happens. Now, there's a misconception about the ballots, is that once they get separated from the envelope, a lot of people out there think, oh, well, that's an opportunity for someone's personal information to be stolen. No, it isn't. Okay? It's just how somebody voted. Their name, address, telephone numbers, or social security number, any of those things are not present. And so I think that's a problem. I think our voter canvassing board has done an excellent job of getting out there and just making sure that their addresses are right, and that there's a person there that can prove that they are who they say they are. And what we found, and the voter canvassing board, they went out and found that there were 8 people voting from an empty lot. And that people had voted multiple times not in multiple elections, but in one election. And so those are things I think that are pretty easy to fix, especially if you're being transparent in everything you do. And that's what I'm promising to do as county auditor.
Excellent. Of those issues that you've talked about already, which one is the absolute tip-top priority? And why is it a top priority to you?
Well, updating our voter database is extremely important, but transparency is even more important than that, I think, because there are things that have happened in the auditor's office the last 24 years that the auditor said one thing but did the exact opposite. And a good example of that is the $1.28 million that disappeared and finally came to light in 2016. One of the employees in the auditor's office was skimming off $7,000 at a time. And over a period of 6 or 7 years, it added up to $1.28 million. And that's not a sign of transparency. It's also a sign that maybe the auditing needs to happen more than once a month or once a week, it should be happening every day. I think the voter rolls thing is a serious enough problem that we should be working on that every single day. Because people move, people pass away. And as a result, it has to be the auditor's job to track those people down and make sure, oh yeah, that person has passed away, hopefully has gone on to be with the Lord, or that person has moved, so let's go find that house. And this is not brain surgery stuff. The present auditor says, oh, you have to have a certified public accountant job degree to be able to do this. Well, one problem with that is that when my opponent first became auditor, she didn't have a CPA. Okay? And how many people work in the auditor's office as a certified public accountant? I was at an event at Gonzaga the other night and happened to see somebody that works for the city of Spokane Valley, and she waved me down and said hello, and it turns out her husband is standing right next to her, works at the auditor's office. So we had some interesting discussions about how things are going there, and I think it's important that people understand that this, I'm not running attack ads against my opponent, but there are some serious problems there that I think I can fix fairly simply. Could I do it by myself? Absolutely not. And that's where having volunteer observers come in, we just had a couple more volunteer to go watch the elections on election day, and the counting of ballots from that point on and before that too. So these things are important. They're what I'm passionate about, and it's how I will serve as county auditor.
Well, thank you. We have enough time. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with our in-house or online audience, Bob? This is a free time for you to just express whatever you'd like to.
You didn't get my check?
Yeah, right.
Well, I think the other thing that is dividing our country, our county, our neighborhoods, is the fact that everybody kind of votes. They get something in the mail, and I know my dad, just like me, at every election, people would call my dad. People call me now and say, "Oh, we're going to vote for judge or county prosecutor." That would be Larry Haskell, by the way. It's all of those things. And I remember back when I was a school teacher, and even before that, going down on election day to vote. And in fact, it was at my school where I taught kindergarten. I remember getting in line, and I remember seeing all kinds of people arguing and screaming and yelling at each other. No, come on. Because people were in line and they were getting to know each other. Voting was a unifying experience, and so I have a bill that's ready to go that will bring back in-person voting. Now, please don't misconstrue this, because there are people that benefit tremendously from mail-in voting. And if we keep up our voter ballots, our voter information, and we know that that person is who they say they are, and that's exactly where they live, then anybody who would want to should be able to go down to their local school and experience that. Now, we've got a whole host of kids who turned 17 and automatically got registered to vote for the primary. Did it boost our numbers in the primary? Not much. And so the other plan I have is to, as county auditors, to go out to our public schools and talk to 17-year-olds or kids who are about to turn 17 and say, listen, I want to teach you two things about all of this. Number one, how to be an informed voter, okay? How to be an informed voter. Now you can't, that's not enough. You have to make sure you are registered to vote for where you live. Don't get the idea that just because you went with your friend who goes to a different high school in a different school district, that if you register to vote and you don't put your right address down, you've got to make sure you do that. And so, I mean, this is a brain surgery. This is stuff that's fairly common sense, I think. And I think if we bring back common sense to the auditor's office, good things will happen. And I mentioned to the Slavic community that I spoke to about an hour ago that they were curious about how I'm going to do these things. And it's a day-by-day thing. But if you have people who are working in the auditor's office who, number one, know what they're doing, love their job, and can't wait to come to work every day, those kind of people do excellent work. That's how you bring up the excellence in any elected position, is you have people who love their job. Now, I can tell you, Scott Staley, who's been my legislative aide for the last 8 years, loves his job. And I know I'm contributing to that. But knowing that he's the right person for the job really helps. He knows that. And I continue to thank him for what he does. And, if people love what they do, they produce great results. And we need to bring that to the auditor's office. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Bob, and for making time for us today. We know you have a busy schedule, a very busy schedule, as do our other candidates. Pam, what would you like to do? Would you like to take a break before we have our judge candidates? We can take a break.
Yes, because I don't think they're here yet. So yes.
Okay, because they're scheduled to start at 3:15. If they happen to come in early, we may start a little early there. But again, feel free to take a break and visit. Thank you. So we'll gather people in here. Just so people know, in the auditorium here, we may see some in the auditorium. We have an online audience that is watching today, and we sure welcome every one of them. So just a few more minutes, Andrew and Steve. Come on in, Steve, and we'll get ready to go. Just a reminder, we have two more candidate races to present, and you're certainly all invited next week on October 15th, Saturday, Valley Assembly. There will be another candidate forum, and you can view that either online or in person. I think there will be goodies there too, which is nice. So why don't you come on up? We'll introduce you. We have Andrew Viviano. Is that how you pronounce your last name, Viviano? Yes, Viviano, and Steve Clark, a very easy name to produce, and he's representing Deanna Kroll. And so we would like to give you the first of three questions here, and you can sure take opportunity to greet our audience when you get on. But let's start with you, Andrew. If you would greet our audience and then help us understand why you're running for District Court Judge.
Sure. Thank you for having this and everyone who's watching and attending. It's really great to have events where you can talk to people about these things that are important to us, and I love, of course, engaging with the public. I'm running for District Court Judge. The short answer is that I am doing it as a pro tem judge, which is a part-time judge, a substitute teacher of judges, so to speak, for about a year, and I've discovered that I really like it, I'm really good at it, and it really matters to the public. I make a difference in the community. The District Court judges get to interact with regular people every single day, make a big difference in their lives, deciding cases that are important to them and to the public at large for our safety and our trust in our government. And I realized when this Judge Hayes retired that it would be something that I would be honored to do full time and represent my community. Really, what I found is that it combines my background perfectly into something that makes it enjoyable for me and something that's really helpful and productive for the community. I started off I'm a Spokane native. I grew up in Spokane Valley. I went off to school at Yale University and got a degree in psychology, child psychology, and I worked here in Spokane and in Seattle, but was now Frontier Behavioral Health in Spokane Mental Health back then. And I was a case manager, and I got to be deeply involved in people's lives, figure out what it is that they needed, why they were having behavioral health problems. Often they were involved in the justice system, and an intensive inquiry and assistance really changed my whole life too, because I saw how much of a difference we can make by connecting people to each other. That's so much about what case management is. I went from there to law school at Gonzaga, and I got to then intern and then eventually work as an assistant U.S. attorney. As a federal prosecutor doing civil cases and some criminal cases, and enforcing the law and seeing how important it is from that perspective, what happens to victims, and what the courts can do to really change the course of someone's lives and protect the public. And then for about 10 or 11 years since then, I left so I could be more in private practice. I've been focusing on civil rights work, plaintiffs' work, discrimination cases, and getting to really become deeply involved in what the Constitution does to protect our rights. And so what a judge does is those three things. They protect our rights first and foremost. They're the ones that defend the Constitution the most. They keep us safe. When crimes are committed, they want to adjudicate that and make sure there's good punishment for it and respond to accountability. And when they can, they work to help people, to guide them through this crisis with victims and sometimes defendants to say, how can we get you on the straight and narrow? What do you need to not do this again? That's another part of public safety. And so with my skill set, I feel like it's a good job for me, and that's why I'm running.
Very good. And Steve, again, thank you for pitching for Dina. And so if you're not on, you can, Andrew's mic, you can use that one. We'll be fine.
Yours is clearly working.
We want to hear both candidates.
Hey, I'm here for it. So thank you all so much for having us today. My name is Steve Clark, and I am just a friend of Deanna's. She asked for some help today, so I'm here to deliver her words on her behalf. So why is she running for District Court Judge? Making the decision to run to be a district court judge was not a decision that I make lightly, and it comes after a diverse career of 20 years as an attorney. Most of that time has been spent inside the very courtrooms of Spokane County District Court. I began as a prosecutor with the Spokane City and County. Most of that time was spent prosecuting domestic violence crimes, working alongside victims and their advocates. I transitioned into private practice, where I handled both criminal and civil matters. Then, in 2009, I opened my own law firm here in Spokane, a firm that I still have today and that has helped hundreds of individuals go through the district court legal process. I'm involved in community organizations, giving of my time and my resources. I've lectured on topics for many other attorneys, and I've brought women in the legal field together by starting a group called Ladies in the Law. Even though I love being an attorney and I've done all of these things throughout my career, I still felt like I should be doing more. So about 3.5 years ago, I began to look at possibly pursuing a position on the district court bench. Before I did that, I wanted to make sure that that was the right fit, that it was something I could do and something I could do well. In 2019, I began to fill in when judges were out or sick on vacation. Just like Andrew, she's been a pro tem for that amount of time at the Spokane County District Court judge. She expanded her experience in 2020 when she began doing the same thing for Airway Heights Court, Municipal Court. Last December, the Kalispell tribe then asked if she could cover for them while they looked for a replacement for their permanent judge, and she did not hesitate to say yes. Finally, she recently accepted a request from the city of Ritzville to be their prosecutor. Besides this literally meaning that she has multiple jobs, it also gave her the opportunity to see that being on the bench is by far the hardest of all of those, and it is the one that she loves the most. She knew that she wanted to be a judge. She wanted to do it in district court, where she's practiced most of her career, and she knew she could do it well. She's taken the opportunity while sitting on the bench as a commissioner to attend judicial college. She's volunteered with other judges across the state on committees, focusing on public outreach and our therapeutic courts throughout Washington State. It's not enough to just be a judge. She wants to make sure she gives back more than that. She also focuses on educating herself and trying to make sure she's devoted more time than ever. She has learned that she needs to devote more time than she ever thought would be needed. She has the knowledge, the experience, and the support of her fellow judges. She brings a demeanor of transparency to the bench that allows people before her to understand what she's doing and why. She's proud of the individual she's helped over 20 years, but she knows she can do more. And that's why she sees wonderful things that the district court does and wants to be there to help its next step towards its improvement. And that's why she wants to be a district court judge.
Well, thank you, Steve. Steve, I'll let you go first on this second question. And we're kind of alternating who gets to go first and second. What are 3 priorities that Deanna would be focusing on as a district court judge?
So the 3 priorities that Deanna wants to focus on are community safety, making sure resources are spent wisely, and fostering success in therapeutic courts. So since the last question asked which is the top priority, she focused her community safety in the next question. But when it comes to spending resources more wisely, our courts, just like everything in our county and our government system, have limited resources. Courts are also not set up to be revenue generators. This means that the resources that they have need to be spent in a very efficient way. The goal is not just to process individuals and to get their cases through the system. There needs to be a focus on reducing recidivism, implementing programs that work, and making sure that there's equal access to justice for all who come before the court. A judge has the power to be a creative problem solver, but a judge cannot and should not be legislating from the bench. That said, when a judge recognizes that the current operating ways are no longer the most efficient and is willing to make changes to the process, that's where you can really start to save resources. When she's been on the bench out in Airway Heights, she begins court on time, she denies unnecessary requests for continuances that only serve to delay cases, and she's made sure not only that she's prepared, but that the attorneys understand that they are expected to be prepared as well. COVID has forced a lot of these changes on the courts through the acceptance of telephonic or video court appearances as well. District Court has started and expanded access to the court system by providing Uber rides to court, and doing extra payment for certain types of monitoring for individuals so that they have extra ability to engage in those processes. But there's more that can be done, and she can't wait to be a district court judge to try to implement even more ideas. Fostering success through the therapeutic courts, Deanna's seen this firsthand. She has had clients go through the very difficult programs and the intensive treatments, the monitoring, the structured accountability, and come out the other end with their lives completely turned around. Now they have jobs, they have licensing, housing, they have plans, they have tools that help combat their addictions and the problems in their lives. She's also seen when money is being wasted in programs that are missing key components or being spent on uncommitted individuals. Sitting on the Judicial Committee for Therapeutic Courts in Washington, she witnessed the most generous legislative funding we've ever had for the community and therapeutic courts in these last 2 years. This summer in Airway Heights, they began their first ever community court program. These programs are not just an alternative to jail or a way for individuals to get out of punishment. They are supposed to be the harder alternative. They are therapeutic, but the therapeutic courts need to be structured according to best practices. These need to be a balance of encouragement and accountability. If you lack either of those, then you're not fostering an environment for success. She's very passionate about that, and that in order to reduce crime or reduce recidivism, a person needs to be able to change their behavior. And if a person is less committed than the court, then they should not be in those programs. So that's what she's committed to.
Okay, thank you. And Andrew, the same question. What are the 3 priorities you will be focusing on as a district court judge?
That's a great question. The short answer are public safety, that's the top line item, public trust, and systemic change and access. Public safety is a really broad topic, which means a lot of different things, but it really is a broad topic that's addressed by the court as well. We address not just criminal cases, and a lot of district court deals with the stuff that you and I are most likely to suffer as residents, the misdemeanors of thefts, break-ins, and vandalism, and the stuff that are more quality of life issues that we all care about so much. It also deals with protection orders for harassment, domestic violence, that sort of thing, which a district court judge is likely to rule upon whether that's going to be issued or not. And really the court has to work really, really hard. We are the supervisors of the entire system, both prosecution and defense, in the sense of the rulings will affect how those systems operate. And the biggest concern I have as a pro tem judge, the biggest fear that might keep me awake, is that I failed to keep someone safe, that I didn't grant a protection order that should have been granted, or someone is allowed to reoffend that I could have prevented, that the gravity of their charges aren't made clear, and that someone gets hurt as a result of a mistake. So that's always the first thing that every judge concerns himself with, and it's a big honor and responsibility that I would take very seriously. Public trust is a big deal for me because I've noticed, I think you probably have too, over the past decades or so, erosion in public trust and confidence in our government altogether, and especially in our judiciary. This feeling that judges are operating at legislating from the bench, or a political ideology, or just not taking it seriously, not working hard enough, and that they're not doing enough to keep ourselves safe. And that's something I absolutely want to change, both the reality of it and the perception of it. That people can, again, bring their cases to the district court or any court, or if they're there for a criminal matter, and trust that they're going to get a very hardworking judge who did his due diligence, took the research, to learn the facts, look at all the evidence, and make as wise a decision as possible. And as a civil rights lawyer, that's something that I take very seriously as well, because the Constitution undergirds everything. It's the foundation of our entire system. And I work right now to enforce it. If governments are violating it, if private parties are violating it, to make sure everyone gets treated fairly. And the courts need to make it very clear to everybody that's a rock solid principle that will never be violated. So that's another thing I really want to focus on. And then third, the systems change is something where we need to make sure that we're it's about spending our money wisely, absolutely, but also making sure that the function of our court reaches everybody. That everybody in this county feels like they can have access to the court, whether that be based on a language barrier, a disability that may have prevented them from doing so, their job, financial resources, or anything else that makes them feel like they are not able to get to court or feel like they won't get a fair shake when they get there. I do a lot of disability rights work in my private practice, and I want to make sure that our courts are A+ in everything about access. We've learned a lot about the ability to have remote access in this pandemic, and that's something else we should be expanding so that people who happen to live in a far-flung part of the county and it's hard to get down there for a traffic infraction ticket, and to have that access. And then making sure that there's a perception that everyone's being treated fairly too, based on whatever group they belong to, that they won't be discriminated against or feel like they're going to be less believed or seen based on their race or their national origin or their religion or whatever it happens to be. So those are the things that I think are the bedrocks of any court system and what I would be focusing on as a judge.
Andrew, let's start with you on this third question, then we'll come back to you, Steve. We wanted to give our candidates opportunity to tell us a little more about their top priority and why. So if you could add a little more color on your top priority and why it is a top priority for you.
So top priority is public safety, and that's really, like I said, that has so much meat to that topic. It's an easy thing to say, but a hard thing to do. We need to recognize that if our system just punishes past conduct, we can pat ourselves in the back for that, but we haven't actually created any safety, but it's nothing to actually change future conduct. That doesn't stop the next victim from being victimized. If someone comes in and they've already robbed someone's house, and we say, okay, you're going to be punished for that, but there's no restitution to the person who was robbed, and there's not any likelihood that they'll be less likely to reoffend when they get out, you haven't actually increased public safety. You've just had a backward looking. Public safety comes from prospective changes of how people are going to behave and how we reduce the likelihood of someone else being victimized in the future. It's personal to me. Since we moved to Spokane, in Spokane Valley, we have our garage broken into 3 times, and there's no response. It's got to the point where no one seems to really, they say call crime check, report it. There's nobody sent out to investigate or anything like that. It's too common a crime. My son's been walking home from high school, has been mugged at the bus plaza and on the street, just on the South Hill, just walking back. And police came and took a report, but there's no ability to find that. And so the fear is not only that he was weird and my son were victimized, but the people who are doing it are still doing it. And it's not going to stop with us. And then if we find somebody, if we say, well, now we found, actually got someone on video, we're going to punish you, but is that going to be in a way that actually makes it less likely that somebody else gets victimized down the road? My work as a mental health case manager showed me it's difficult work, but there is potential to change people if we make part of the accountability that they have to also do the difficult work they don't want to do, figuring out what's going on. Why are they making these choices? Is it if it's drugs, if it's mental health, if it's poverty, if it's very bad decision making, all those or all the above. The district court is the one that's most likely to be intervening early in the process. It does misdemeanors, not felonies. So if someone's already at the murder stage, it's too late, and they're going to be in Superior Court and going away for a long time. But if you find people who are on that bad pathway, how can we as a court intervene? And that's where the therapeutic courts come in. They're excellent. We have veterans court for people who have a service record as well as maybe a TBI or PTSD and need some treatment for that. We have mental health court. It's substance abuse treatment services, and accountability after the case to see what you need to change so you don't do this again, because we have a responsibility to make sure we're trying to protect the next person. That's something that is really close to my heart. My background in psychology, clinical psychology, my work as a case manager, with my work with people in my private practice who have made mistakes, that this has to be the first and foremost role of the court is to do something forward-looking, to turn around these cycles that are hurting all of us so much, so deeply in this community.
Thank you, Andrew. And Steve, we'll go back to you with this last question too, about how Deanna would feel. What will be her top priority and why?
I think it's just a signal of judicial racism in general, that everybody's top priority is community safety. So I will read Deanna's response. When she was a freshman at Gonzaga University, she had to work a part-time night job. She would take the STA bus, and sometimes it was close to midnight before she'd get back to her residence hall, something she would never think of doing today. We have lost that sense of being safe in our own community, and that's not right. While campaigning, it's the #1 concern that she hears from individuals. Why are courts letting people right back out onto the streets where they go and commit new crimes? Or Why are the sentences so short? Why are people not held accountable? She understands that and she's frustrated too. At first appearance, release is presumed. But what we are seeing is that when individuals are let out, then they do not show up for court. Then they get arrested, they're given a new court date, and again, don't show up again. The system can't function that way. It is wasting the resources of law enforcement and the jail every time they're rearrested. When she's on the bench, she routinely makes decisions on whether or not someone should be released from jail. Before she makes that decision, she always asks, will the community be safe? What things can I put in place if I do release this person to ensure that the community is protected? And will they show up to their next court date if I do choose to release them? Sometimes the answer is that they have to stay in jail. Even this week, she had a woman in custody very upset with her, telling her that she was not going to be released because she had no confidence that the woman would reappear in court. She had been released 3 other times with her promise to appear and never had, and the case was over 3 years old. Enough was enough, and Deanna made the call to hold that person in jail. When it comes to sentencing, her 20 years of experience also comes into play. She's seen firsthand people with addiction use those positive resources and the programs that the court offers and become productive members of the community. She's also stood next to people who were sentenced to decades in prison. When an individual refuses to comply with the law, will not participate in any of the court-ordered treatment, and continues to pick up new charges, she has imposed the maximum time sentence allowed in district court. She knows that when an individual does not need to be monitored by the court because this was an isolated situation or brought on by some sort of extreme circumstance, and you have to be able to navigate both of those extremes. And it takes an experienced judge to know how to address these specific circumstances before them. She has that experience, she knows this legal community, and she will always ensure that community safety is her top priority.
Okay, thank you. Now, we're going to give you time for the bonus round.
Oh,
which
sweet.
It is
I'll have
just
an email
we're
for that.
giving our candidates an opportunity, and obviously you're standing in for Deanna. We'll start with you, Steve. Anything last that you'd like to say to our online audience or here? This is kind of your time. Anything that you'd like to say?
The thing I would want to tell folks about Deanna is that I've known her for quite a long time. When my friends ask me, hey, why do you have Deanna's sign out front of your house? What I tell them is Deanna is the attorney that I call when I need an accurate reading of the law as it currently stands. Not the law as we wish it was, not the law we would impose if we were the legislature, but the exact law, the case law, and the RCWs that currently exist. She is smart. I have seen her represent multiple clients, and they always leave feeling heard and feeling like they've had a great advocate. I've had her rule against me when she was a pro tem, and I hated it at the time, but she was right. I am supporting Deanna so fervently because she puts in the work, she is smart, she is dedicated, she has been a part of this legal community for decades. Oh, that's a bad sign. Literally, only a bad sign. Literally, it's a bad sign. But no, so that's why I like Deanna so much, is because she's dedicated, she does the work, she is prepared. I've gone to court myself and been unprepared. I've seen many other attorneys. I've never seen that from Deanna. And that's what I think a good judge is. They're prepared, they're accurate, they don't legislate from the bench. They follow the laws it is, and they apply it equally to all. That's why I support Deanna.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And Andrew, anything that you'd like to share with our online audience?
Sure. Really, more than anything, I just want to say thank you. Not just for watching. If you're watching right now, it means that you're somebody who cares enough to take your precious time when you could be doing anything else on a beautiful fall day, and you want to learn more about people running for your government because you take your role as a citizen very seriously. And I respect the heck out of that. Whatever your beliefs are, and I'm sure we have a whole spectrum watching, I think we all can unite around the fact that civic activism and participation is wonderful, and it's essential for us to keep this democratic republic functioning well. And so thank you so much for doing that. Learning about the candidates today, this race and others, means so much. It means you work hard. It means you're willing to put in the time. And that's what you deserve from your elected officials, and that's what I'm willing to give you. I am a very hardworking person. Academically, in my job, I have always wanted to get it right first and foremost. I want to follow the law as it's written, as it's meant to be understood, and to use the facts in front of me, make sure I understand all of those, and do it right. And so, with me as the judge that you appear before, I can guarantee you'll have somebody who will take your job very seriously, give you all the respect you deserve, make sure you're seen, make sure you're heard, make sure that the work that is done is what is up to par, and that you get something, a result that is correct. And that's what a judge should do. And I thank you so much for your time, and I would promise to reciprocate by giving you my best as well.
Well, Steve and Andrew and Deanna as well. Thank you all for participating. How about a round of applause for this? So thank you much. And we have one last session at 15 till in about 4 minutes. Take a break.
Yeah.
Well, it's time for our last session of the day. For our online audience, we'd like to thank you for being with us all day, for those that came in and out today, and for our candidates that came. In our last session, we're working on District Court Judge Position 3. We have Eric Doyama and Jenny Zapone. Come on up. And this is a pretty friendly group.
And so, although I don't know about our online people, you know, they may be a little grumpy. No,
You guys have to share mine.
but we'll share that one mic in the center. And just to remind you, our candidates did each get a shot at these questions that were mailed out in advance. And so, what I'd like to do is start with giving you the first question, then you can greet our group. Again, we have online viewers here. So, Jenny, why don't we start out with you? Your first question is, why are you running for district court judge? And please take the floor to greet our audience.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us. I appreciate any opportunity to be able to talk about the importance of voting for judges and why I believe I'm the best candidate for this job. My name is Jenny Zappone, and I was born and raised in Spokane. This is my home. This is where I plan to raise my 3 beautiful little boys with my husband of 10 years. I've been working in public service as a deputy senior attorney prosecutor for the last decade. In that time, I've worked with children, I've worked with those with behavioral health disorders, and I've worked prosecuting the most violent offenders in our community. Currently, I am the supervisor of our general felony unit at the Spokane County Prosecutor's Office, and I'm currently the supervisor of our victim advocates. And victim advocates are those that assist crime victims through the criminal justice system. So I have been, over the last 10 years, I've litigated, I've tried homicide trials, I've worked with the law on a daily basis. I've worked with understanding the rules of evidence and how they're applied in court. And as a judicial officer, you're making decisions in trial on evidentiary issues that affect cases and affect people's lives. So knowing how to apply that law is really important. And as a litigator who has done over 20 plus trials, I think it's really important to have that practical experience to sit on the bench and to make those decisions of rules of evidence. I've also been trained in child forensic interviewing. I know how to talk to children. I know how suggestible they are to certain questions. This experience that I've learned over the last 10 years has just prepared me to face the rigors of becoming a district court judge. But I think the most important piece to that is I've worked in our behavioral health unit as well as major crimes. But I've worked with those people that are so sick that they're at the hospital and they want to leave before they're ready to leave. And then they have a right to a hearing. So I've worked with doctors representing hospitals on issues with people with bipolar, schizophrenia, dementia, and help them to get better. But I've also learned about how mental health is affecting our criminal justice system. I've sat with mothers holding the urns of their children who have been killed in a senseless vehicular homicide as I go and prosecute the person that did this. This experience, I think, is very necessary when you sit on a judicial bench and you're making decisions that are going to affect people's lives. Knowing how to apply the law to the facts is essential to becoming a good judge. It's essential to be a good judge. Knowing how to empathize with people suffering in tragedy is essential to be a good judge. Knowing how to work hard is also essential to becoming a good judge. I've worked hard my entire career, my entire life. I attempted to make the U.S. ski team. I got close, decided to go to college instead raced Division I skiing and all through college. I was the youngest female in major crimes at one point. I am a supervisor currently, which has taught me leadership. Recently, I was rated exceptionally well qualified by Spokane County Bar Association for this position of district court judge. So I'm also supported by law enforcement. I'm the only candidate supported by the Spokane Police, Spokane Sheriff's Guild, and Sheriff Ozzie Knezovich. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Eric, same question. Why are you running to be district court judge?
Thank you all for being here. I'm very bad with mics. I never know where to hold them, so I apologize for that. But I'd like to take this chance to just thank you all for being here and having us here. I think this is the third or fourth forum we've done. I really enjoy talking to folks in this forum. So The reason I'm running for district court judge is a pretty easy one, I guess. It's just kind of the next step in my career. Right now, I'm the district court commissioner. I was appointed to that position in June of 2018. We've got 2 judges retiring, so Jenny and I are running to replace one of the retiring judges. In addition to that position, I guess I'll say that I've kind of spent my whole legal career working toward this position. And what I mean by that is I started out in the public defender's office, handling a lot of trials and criminal cases. I then opened my own practice and was a small business owner here in Spokane. In that practice, I handled as many different types of cases as I could. And what I mean by that is everything from traffic to criminal defense to family law cases to probate cases to landlord-tenant cases, a lot of civil litigation, but mostly spent a lot of time in the courtroom. Kind of gearing my career toward to the point where someday I was hoping to get to this position and ask the voters of Spokane County to vote for me. I was first appointed a judicial officer in 2014. I was appointed by Ponderay County District Court as a judge pro tem. I took over a kind of a conflict docket back then, and I continue to do that conflict docket today. I've covered in pretty much, well, I've covered as a judicial officer in Spokane County Superior Court, Municipal Court, Stevens County. I did a criminal trial up there this spring. Ponderay County District Court, Airway Heights Municipal Court. I've also heard thousands of administrative appeals as an administrative law judge for the state of Washington. So I've worked hard to show the voters of Spokane County that I'm ready for them to pick me to be a judge. In addition, I've spent most of my legal career in public service. I think most of us that run for judge probably have. But while I had my practice, I spent a lot of time in tribal courts. I worked for both the Spokane tribe and the Kalispell tribe. Every Thursday I would drive out to Welpenen. I did a number of things for them, representing their tribal members for a number of different reasons. But a lot of dependency cases, which is cases where the tribe has decided that someone can't take care of their kids any longer. So generally I would get appointed to one of the parents. It was almost always the mother, and represented her trying to get her kids back. Those are taxing cases, obviously. In addition, I guess the last thing I'll point out is the I'll say the District Court Municipal Judges Association, which I belong to. I'm a member of 3 different committees, the Public Outreach Committee, the Council for Independent Courts, and then the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee is probably the busiest committee that the DCMJ has. We meet almost on a weekly basis, sometimes twice a week. It's a very busy committee. The only reason I bring that up is I'm trying to make courts better for everybody, not just here in Spokane County, but statewide. The Rules Committee is an important committee. The rules are always changing. People are always promoting different rules. Pretty much anybody can bring forth a rule, and then we kind of hammer those rules out and decide whether they're good for the courts or not. And so I think that'll just be, I guess, by way of introduction, kind of how I've gotten here and why I'm seeking everybody's vote today.
Thank you, Eric. We'll start with you, Eric, on this second question. What are the 3 priorities you will be focusing on as a district court judge?
That's a tough question, especially with 3 minutes. So I think what I'll say is this. First, we've learned a lot about access to courts because of COVID. So just by way of background, prior to COVID, it was very, very unusual for someone to show up or not show up in person in court. There were very few exceptions where someone could appear remotely. And frankly, it rarely happened. COVID taught us a lot about how people can get to court without actually coming to court. And so we've worked very hard over the last couple of years in Spokane County District Court to kind of make that a smooth process. And so right now, most of our dockets are what I would call a hybrid docket. People can appear in person, people can appear via Zoom, either by calling into Zoom or having the video on Zoom. And so we've learned a lot about access to courts. And so I think that's something that I want to obviously keep working toward, making that process as smooth as possible. So one priority would just be kind of continuing that journey to make access to courts easy and safe for people. And by safe, I simply mean when folks come to court, I want them to feel safe in the courtroom. And that can be as simple as, is there security at the courthouse? Do they feel safe sitting in the courtroom? Obviously, victims in criminal cases have to come to court from time to time. It isn't that common in district court as it is in superior court, but it does happen. And that can be, I guess, a very traumatic experience for a lot of people. In addition, we do a lot of protection orders in district court. And petitioners come in and they're sometimes scared to come in, and they might not come in because of that fear. They can file remotely now. They don't actually ever have to show up in the courtroom, and it just makes it a little bit safer and easier and more convenient for people to seek those protection orders. And then something as simple even as a small claims case. Sometimes those cases can get very litigious, very dramatic, and so folks sometimes don't even feel safe coming in those cases because they don't want to confront the other party. And now they have the option of appearing by Zoom. So that would be one. Number two is I wrote down domestic violence specialty court. And what I mean by that is currently we have a specialty court for DUI cases. Folks that qualify for that are pretty much forced into that court. And we keep a lot closer tabs on them than we do with a regular probationer. It's always been strange to me that we don't have a similar court for domestic violence convictions. And it was something that we were working toward prior to COVID, but COVID kind of put the brakes on that. So that would be something that I would like to kind of get back at the forefront with, is trying to get that worked out. It wouldn't really be that difficult to do. And the difference would be, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second with my third point is needs-based probation. And what I mean by that is, other than our specialty courts, probation is kind of one size fits all. If you're convicted of a crime, you're put on probation, the conditions may be a little bit different from probationer to probationer. But for the most part, the time and effort that it takes for our probation officers is about the same. And so that doesn't make a lot of sense, and here's why. There are folks that need more services than others. And so with a needs-based risk assessment, assessment, it simply shows us who needs the probation officer's resources more than others. And it would allow them to focus their time on the people that need it. One, people that are probably more likely to reoffend, but also people that need services, something as simple as getting a driver's license, helping with permanent housing, helping with a job. All of those things help prevent recidivism. And that saves everybody time and money. It also makes the community safer. And so those are the three things that I wrote down, and I think my time is up.
Thank you, Eric. Jenny, same question. What are the three priorities you will be focusing on as a district court judge?
Thank you. So the overarching umbrella to the three items that I thought about was community safety. So how do we achieve community safety? And Mr. Doima did bring up domestic violence therapeutic court. I think it's fitting, it's October, it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I have walked alongside victims of very serious domestic violence cases on the felony level when they've been hurt very badly. We're talking about strangulation, we're talking about broken orbital bones, we're talking about kidnapping. So getting that domestic violence court in district court where there's early intervention, early access to them to get treatment that they need, to know that, to understand, to get DV PERP training, to understand that what they're doing and why they're doing it, and to stop this kind of behavior before it escalates to the strangulation, to the broken orbital bones, is very necessary and vital, and that should be one of our top priorities. District court is a court of limited jurisdiction, so we're going to be seeing the fourth degree assaults, the DUIs. Again, we're talking about fourth degree assaults, DV. These are going to be some of our most important crimes that come through, because hopefully we're preventing them from reaching that felony superior court level. I like to compare district court to the front porch of our criminal justice system. Let's get them before they get to the basement. And so let's get this domestic violence therapeutic court going, and that takes a relationship building. That takes working with Domestic Violence Coalition. That takes working with the prosecutor's office and the public defender's office. So that would be my number one priority. Number two priority would be I want to make sure that my courtroom is a safe place for everybody that comes before me. Because that is their right to use the law and to advocate for themselves and to use our system. So how do I make that courtroom a safe place for people to feel heard and meaningfully heard? Number one, my commitment to neutrality. I will be unbiased. I will set aside any biases that I may have, and I'm very conscious of those working in the field that I am. And I want everybody to feel like they're getting that they will get a fair shake in my courtroom. And that they will feel heard. That their opinions, their voice, they will be listened to. Also, Mr. Doyman talks a little bit about a protection order process, making people feel safe as they're going through this. Again, I've seen victims feel disenfranchised by the criminal justice system. They feel forgotten. As a victim rights or victim advocate supervisor, I'm very conscious of this. Do they have access to the courts? Do they feel safe coming to court? Do they have a place maybe to fill out protection orders if they don't have access at home to a computer? Can they access even the courtroom, the front building? Is there any language barriers? How do they feel coming inside? All those factors, I want to make sure that every individual, the defendant, the victim, defense attorney, prosecutor, everybody feels safe and heard. And in order to do that, judges need to be respectful to everyone that comes in front of them. We need to be showing everybody the intrinsic dignity that each person deserves. And I will do that. I will listen. I will give them respect. I've been told I have an even temperament. I have diverse support. I'm sorry, I got 10 seconds left. The last one is I want transparency and public trust in our system. Judges are leaders in our community, and we should be and we can be a catalyst for coordinating services to our victims and defendants. Also, we should be reaching out to Spokane Valley. We should be reaching out to Deer Park, our outlying communities, to see what we can be doing better to help them have access to our justice system. Thank you.
Okay, Jenny. Final question here. Did you want to add any more color to your top priority? Or you can continue if you would like with your last question. But we want to give you opportunity to just talk a little bit more about your top priority and why that became a top priority for you.
So, like I said, the umbrella of my top priority is community safety. As I've been campaigning and as I've been doing my job as a prosecutor, community safety is the ultimate #1 concern in our community. And I've seen it in our court system as well. There is a lack of respect for a law. I became a lawyer because I love the law. But in order to have good law, you have to have it enforced. And what I'm seeing is a lack of accountability. With my experience, I've done, like I said, everything from handling the very, very serious cases in our community, where someone was very tragically murdered, where children have been murdered, all the way down to the DUIs where I practice in district court. I have the experience to have someone come before me, and I'm able to use my experience of watching a child go through the juvenile justice system all the way up and graduate into the felony system, and I'm able to understand the entire system itself and what is going on. Where did we fail? Why is probation not working for this individual? In what I bring to this office, what I bring to the judicial bench is that over 10 years of experience working in almost every aspect of our criminal justice system. I also have experience in the civil law as well. And I hope and I will bring 100% of my work ethic to the citizens of Spokane, to all of the citizens of Spokane. I believe our community is only as safe as the most vulnerable citizen in our community. And I will be working every day to figure out ways to assist every member in our community by following the law, not legislating from the bench, and using the tools necessary to get them help that are available to me. I've been reaching out to community organizations such as MIA, the American Indian Center. I've reached out to the Latinos of Spokane to figure out ways that we can prevent recidivism, to figure out ways that we can get better access to our justice system, just to make our community better. And I will continue to do that as a judicial officer because we are leaders in our community. But we all need to follow the law. We need to hold people accountable that come before us because there's a lack of respect for our law right now.
Thank you. Eric, any more color you'd like to add to your top priority there?
Yeah, so I always feel like when we're up here talking at these forums that we're kind of talking about things that we deal with every day. And so sometimes I don't know if it translates very well. And so I apologize for that. And so I'd like to take some of my time to maybe just explain kind of what I'm talking about. And I know at these forums, all four of the judicial candidates, you heard from the other two earlier today. I know that Steve was subbing in. I heard you did a very good job. All right. What we're talking about with regard to specialty courts is right now in district court, we have a number of specialty courts. We have a DUI court where folks have a certain number of DUIs over a certain period of time. It's pretty much mandatory that they're taken into this court. And mostly it's post-conviction. So after they plead guilty to whatever they plead guilty to or convicted of whatever they're convicted of, it's an intensive supervision court. So probation's quite a bit different than standard probation. They have to come into court every day. There's a staging process where there's 5 stages. They kind of graduate through the stages as they stay sober for a longer period of time. The restrictions kind of loosen up as that goes on. And eventually, hopefully, they graduate. And I think at least what I'm talking about with regard to a specialty DV court would be modeled kind of after that. Right now, our domestic violence probationers are treated pretty much the same as any other probationer, whether it was shoplifting or some other crime. There would be obviously more restrictions and conditions on somebody that's convicted of a DV offense. They may be forced to do some type of DV offender perpetrator program. But for the most part, we don't keep a relationship with those individuals unless they're violating over and over again. Where with the specialty courts, we maintain a relationship with those individuals, whether they're doing well or they're doing poorly. And it's pretty incredible. I sit on those courts pretty regularly. On the vets court, on the DUI court, and then we also have a mental health court. But I cover for the judges that are assigned for that, assigned to those dockets, almost on a weekly basis sometimes. And it's pretty incredible watching people succeed in those programs. And maintaining a relationship with those folks, there's just a sense of satisfaction. They want to show the judge that they're doing a good job. And it's amazing reading some of the letters that they have to write. And what I mean by that is to stage up, they have projects. And one of the projects is, for example, a goodbye to alcohol letter. So they have to write a letter saying goodbye to alcohol. They have to write an autobiography. And it's amazing seeing the success stories of these programs. And I think with the domestic violence probationers, I think something similar is possible. And like I said earlier, I'm kind of amazed that we don't have something like that right now. The other thing that I mentioned earlier was kind of a needs-based risk assessment for regular probationers. And what that is after somebody would be put on probation, there's a couple different tools that we can use. They use one in municipal court right now. And folks kind of go through this evaluation process, and it's determined what are their highest needs on probation. What can the court and probation do for them to help prevent them from reoffending? And sometimes it's simple things, sometimes it's easy things, sometimes it's hard things. Obviously drug and alcohol treatment, mental health treatment sometimes. But it could be something as simple as helping somebody get their driver's license back because they keep getting picked up driving without a driver's license. And so it would allow probation to focus their time on the people that need it the most. Where right now, probation kind of divides their time amongst everybody equally. So anyway, I just wanted to use my time to try to explain those things that we were talking about a little bit better.
Okay, thank you, Eric. This is the bonus question, which is if you have anything that you'd like to comment on, anything you'd like to share, and or just greet our online audience in closing. So go ahead.
Yeah, I guess all I'll really say is I think I had enough opportunity
introduce myself and kind of tell you how I've gotten here. And so I'd like to just thank everybody for being here and just reiterate the fact that this is really what I do every day. I've been on the district court since June of 2018. And you might say, well, why are you running for judge? And that was the first question. And I don't know if I answered it other than just kind of telling you, here's what I've done and how I've gotten here. But that's the easiest way for me to answer that question. I'm not very good at standing up here and saying, here's why I'm great and you should vote for me. The way I always answer that is, here's what I've done, here's where I've put in the work to get to this position, to ask the voters of Spokane County to hire me for this position. I think I've done everything that I can think of. I've covered in all kinds of different courts in Eastern Washington. I've done that on purpose. I've done that to get as much experience as I can in different courts, whether it's in different jurisdictions or different courts themselves. So like I said, different district courts, different municipal courts, as well as Superior Court here in Spokane County. And then I guess in closing is, I'll just say, I just love going to court every day. I truly do. I love the district court. It's where I've kind of made my home here over the last 4.5 years, and I'd like to continue doing that for the voters of Spokane County.
Thank you, Eric. Jenny, closing comments or anything else you'd like to share?
Thank you so much. I am running for district court judge because I want to make a positive difference in this community. This is my home. I was born and raised here. My husband was born and raised here, and this is where I'm raising my children here. This community means everything to me, and I want the community of Spokane to be proud of their justice system. And I've worked my entire career in public service, advocating for our community. I know the law. I know how to apply the law. I've been in very, very difficult trials. I would implore you, judges are very hard to vote for because you don't know where they stand. And so I have, in my campaign, I've sought out endorsements. Please go to my webpage, sponeforjudge.com. I have people there with quotes about me. I'm endorsed by both parties, the GOP as well as the young Democrats. The older Democrats aren't endorsing. But I've been endorsed by the Spokane Police Guild, the Sheriff's Deputy Association, and by the current sheriff and the undersheriff as well. I've been endorsed by numerous different parties all over the place because they believe that I'm fair, that I will be fair, and that I will be committed to neutrality in my courtroom. So ultimately, I just want the voters of Spokane to know that I'm here for our community, and I will show up every day to make our community a safer and stronger Spokane. And I would really appreciate your vote coming up. So thank you very much, and I really appreciate you tuning in, and please go to my website. Thank you very much.
Well, Eric and Jenny, thank you so much. Let's give you a round of applause. Thank you for taking the time to come our way. If anybody has questions for you, they might have questions afterwards, but thank you for coming to our forum. What a pleasure to meet both of you. So, thanks. And that concludes our forum today. And I'd like to thank the people who organized it, Sue, Jenny, the pastor of the church here, George for working on our digital presentation that is online, and all the candidates that came, as well as you that took time out of your Saturday. So thank you, and good afternoon.